Good morning, everybody. How are you? All right. Well, glad to see you and welcome to the Congressional Research Institute for Social Work and Policy Social Work Day on the Hill. I know a lot of you are here for tomorrow's Student Advocacy Day, but it's good to see you. So, we've been around for about a dozen years, and our mission is to keep social workers engaged and active on the Hill. I worked on the Hill for a while and created the Congressional Social Work Caucus. So when the congressman I was working for retired, we formed our nonprofit. Wanted to make sure social workers remain engaged and that the caucus would be viable. So I know some of you guys have traveled to get here. How many people are here in D.C. for the first time? Anybody? Okay, I met a couple of people who were just was here for the first time. All right, so let me know where are the North Carolina people? All right, so all right. Have the Michigan people got here yet? All right, the Wolverines are in the house. Okay. I know we have some people coming from Yeshiva. Not yet. Okay. Okay. Who else traveled from out of town to be here? You? Are you Miss Loud? Okay. What's give me your first name? I'm just Paige, because I just met you, Paige. Paige is running for Congress. From what district in Maine, correct? So we are really excited to have her here with us because this is what we're all about, Paige. When I saw that, I said, "Oh yeah, we got." And then I saw, "Oh, she's coming." So that's even. So it's good to have everyone here. Oh, Melissa. Yeah, Melissa's a very busy person. She works for Senator Booker, so it's trying to get here to the Hill or get away from the Hill, actually. So, but we're glad to have you here. So, our first event is the Policy and Politics Forum, and we're going to have a presentation on, of all things, Trump accounts. Okay, I don't know if you don't know, but Michael Sherrodden, he wrote a book called what was it, Assets in the Poor. I know there's another similar title I always find out. And so he has a Center for Social Development at WashU in St. Louis. And Yen Wang here is co-director with Michael. And Ray Bashara is senior policy advisor. And they're going to be here talking about their work. Now, Michael Sherrodden has been doing this work for decades on child development. That is providing infants a asset at birth, then growing that asset. So at the end of a certain period of time, assets instead of just entitlement. So they're going to talk about why they're working with these accounts, adjustments. The thing is that we need a voice at the table. Okay? In good times, in bad times, we need social workers at the table making it for what we believe. So I'm going to just turn this over to them, and they're going to walk you through their work, and hope you get a lot of benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Mhm. Yes. And maybe we can maximize. Okay. Show here. Oh. Try to slash. It's working? Okay, good morning everyone and welcome to the Politics and the Policy Forum on Shaping Trump Accounts, Research, Policy Design, and the Law of Social Work. I like the excitement and energy in this room. We are social workers, and my name is Jin Huang. I'm the Harvard's professor in social policy and co-director of Center for Social Development at Brown School of Social Work, Washington University in St. Louis. I'm honored to serve as your panel moderator today, and I'm truly excited to be here with you at Social Work Day on the Hill. Okay, I'm going to open up this panel to talk about our purpose here for this panel, okay? So I'm joined today by two outstanding colleagues, Ray Bashara, Senior Policy Advisor at Center for Social Development, Washington University, and also at the Financial Security Program, Aspen Institute, and Melissa Sanchez, Legislative Aide to Senator Cory Booker. I will ask them to briefly introduce themselves when they begin their remarks. Okay, so why we are here today talking about child accounts on Social Work Day on the Hill? The idea that every child should start life with financial assets, it's not new. And it's actually a social work idea, like Charles just mentioned. It was Michael Schraden, a social work professor at Washington University, who first proposed the theory of asset building in his 1991 book, Assets and the Poor, arguing that poor are not just income poor, they are asset poor as well. And the policy here must address both. That foundational idea launched an entire field of research, practice, and policy development. And from that foundation, a policy movement grew. Social work researchers build the evidence base and work with stakeholders together to translate research into legislation. Senator Booker introduced Baby Bombs, a bold, equity-centered vision of universal child wealth building that put closing the racial wealth gap at the very center of its policy design. And Ray played a very important role in shaping the 401 Kids bill in 2024. And last year, for the first time, a federal child account program became law, providing a $1,000 seed deposit for every child born between 2025 and 2028. So the questions we are facing now about policy design, about equity, and who gets included and who gets left out in this new program are exactly the questions that our social workers are trained to ask. And Social Work Day on the Hill, it's about bringing the social work values, the evidence, and the lived experiences of our profession, yes, our profession, directly into the policy conversation here. And there's no better example of that mission than child account, a policy born in social worker, built on social work research, and now needing social work voices to ensure it works for every child and every family. So as the program notes, today's, and also Charles mentioned that today is the session about the importance of social workers being at the policy table, ensuring equity, evidence, and the lived experience shape policy outcomes. So that's exactly we are here today. And here is how our 90 minutes will unfold. Each panelist will present about 15 to 20 minutes. I will focus on the academic foundation, the theory of asset building, and the research evidence. And Ray will focus on the history and the policy development of child accounts. And Melissa will bring us the congressional perspective and introduce Senator Booker's policy vision. So then we will move into probably 20 minutes panel discussion and followed by 20 minutes of Q&A. And your questions and your perspectives are a very important and essential part of this conversation. And let's get started. And I will talk about these policy idea, research evidence generated from social work research. And okay, so close this. From social work research to federal policy, child development account. And my remarks will cover three things. So where this idea came from, what are our social work research evidence shows, and what the evidence tells us about how the new federal policy need to be designed to work for every child. Okay. It looks like my slide is working here, but I cannot see it's moving on the screen. So, as I mentioned before, where did all these ideas begin? In 1991, my social work colleague and mentor, Michael Schraden, published Assets and the Pool. And his argument was simple but powerful. American social policy has focused almost entirely on income, given families cash support, what poor families lack, and what wealthy families accumulate across generations. So it's assets. And his argument was that policy must build assets for every child starting at birth. And this is a social work idea from a social work professor, and it's launched the entire field. Okay, so from the idea came a very concrete policy concept called child development accounts. And think of them as universal and lifelong wealth building investment accounts created by public policy. And the key design features are straightforward. It's okay. I will just go. Yeah. So the general design features of child development accounts are straightforward. First of all, we want child accounts to be lifelong, beginning at birth, okay, as the first step in lifelong asset building and rollover. And secondary, it should be universal, including every child in the United States. And then it should be, I have multiple screens here. I'm going to, and also it need to be progressive, providing greater subsidies for the low-income children. And we also argue child development accounts should be automatically open to make sure all children will be included. And in addition, the funds are designed for specific purpose, like education, job training, entrepreneurship, housing, and long-term security. And meaningful initial deposits will provided by the government, in addition to multiple fund flows can flow into the child accounts. So Schrodin's theory says assets do more than provide money. They change how people think and behave. So our social workers all understand that household assets can improve human and child development cognitively, socially, emotional, and physical through two pathways. The financial pathway provides real resources for investment in children's future, and the psychosocial pathway changes how people think, how parents think and behavior. So both financial way and psychological pathways together produce real effects on human behavior and child growth. So to test this policy idea, we launched SEED for Oklahoma Kids CDA policy experiment in 2007 to test this policy idea of child accounts. And this is the only longitudinal and larger scale randomized experiment of child development accounts in the world. And we partner with state Oklahoma using the state's existing 529 plans as our policy platform, and randomly assigned a cohort of children born in 2007, 2,700 kids, into the treatment group and the control group. So we have followed these children for 18 years, from 2007 until now, through their childhood, adolescence, and now into their early adulthood. So we have three policy goals in this policy experiment. First, we want to test whether a scalable CDA child account policy model actually works on a real statewide platform. So to see whether we have a sustainable, effective, and efficient policy platform. And second, we want to measure the impacts these child accounts impact on children and family. And the third goal is that we are going to use the evidence directly to inform policy. So the last goal here, it's not just a statement. It has actually happened at every level of the government. And the intervention here, I cannot show you the slide, but the intervention here, actually, we will automatically open child accounts for every treatment child with a $1,000 initial deposit into these accounts, very similar to the provision of Trump accounts. No action required from the family, and we also made progressive deposits for low-income children. Okay. The initial one important outcome we see in this policy experiment is that by using automatic enrollment, all 100% treatment children are included in the child account policy platform without any actions from families. And compared to the control group, only 4.5% of children have asset accumulation accounts built on 529s and have college assets. So here you can see the policy design really work to achieve full participation. 100% of treatment children are included in the account. And the initial $1,000 deposit combined with 17 years of investment returns growth substantially over time. And it's more than 2.6 times of the original initial deposit. It shows the importance of starting asset accumulation early to taking advantage of compound interest. And one of the most powerful findings, what happened to the disparities of asset account holding and asset holding. In the control group, higher income children are more likely to hold assets. Children from racial minorities and families with lower education levels show the same pattern. They are much less likely to have accounts holding and asset holding. However, through the automatic enrollment, those in terms of account holding and asset holding, those disparities essentially disappeared in treatment group. Every child, regardless of income, race, or parental education, holds an account and assets. So this is empirical case to support automatic enrollment to achieve equity. So now let me show you what the policy could mean at scale. Without these child accounts in Oklahoma, only about 500 low-income children born in 2007 have OK 529 assets. However, using a simulation, if we apply the SEED OK child account policy to the entire state, the number jumps to all low-income children, 36,300 kids. So that's a complete transformation, policy transformation of who get included. And this is what automatic, universal, and progressive policy design can do. And multiple funding streams work together in CDAs, the automatic initial deposits, the progressive deposit for low-income children, family contribution, savings match, and investment earnings compound to generate investment earning over time. This multiple source model is also important to promote asset accumulation for all children. So for social workers, we understand SEED OK, it's not just about money. At age 4, treatment children show better social emotional development, including parents' educational expectation for their children, children's social emotional behaviors, parent-child interactions, and the intervention even reduce mothers' depressive symptoms at age 4. So child accounts are not just a financial product. They are a child development and human development intervention. And this is why this research belongs in social work. And mothers said accounts made her feel a whole lot better of my kids because I have some hope for at least one of my kids. And another said it gives her a better outlook, like they actually care about my child along with me. A third mother said it gives her a sense of relief. This state is being proactive in trying to help parents save. So these are families whose future depends on whether this policy is designed well. So, and with the research evidence from SEED OK, and I want to pause on this, pause on the timeline you cannot see here. But in 1991, a social work professor wrote a book and proposed a policy vision. And in 2004, I think Ray can talk more about the policy history here. It helped inspire a bipartisan Aspire Act co-sponsored by both party senators. And through 2010, Senator Booker championed the baby bombs. Multiple states enacted automatic CDA's policies. And now in 2025, a federal child account policy became law with SEED OK research evidence cited in the process of this policy development. So a social work idea become a federal law. That doesn't happen very often. So SEED OK has generated 10 key policy elements for effective CDA policy accounts. So I already mentioned some of these policy design features in my previous discussion, including universal enrollment, automatic enrollment, progressive subsidies, and so on. And if we compare the current Trump account design with these 10 general policy design features, we only see 2 of these features have been satisfied. And it's our social work's responsibility to really make sure we have a good policy design and to make sure all the families, all the children we serve can be included in this policy platform. So I think I'm going to stop here, mainly showing you these research evidence from the social work research to support this policy agenda here. And next, I'm going to turn to Ray to talk about these policy history and policy development of child account in DC here. Thank you.
Use this one? Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, first of all, any Ohio State grads in the room? Or is Ohio State represented here at all? Not just Michigan, I hope, you know. All right, well, I'm a proud Ohio State grad. It's great to be with you all. Thank you, Gene. Thank you, Charles. Great to share a stage with Melissa and Gene, longtime colleagues and advocates for this great idea. Yeah, so I've worked in the House, I've worked in the Senate, I worked at the St. Louis Fed for many years, worked in think tanks. I'm kind of back in the think tank world right now. My whole career has really been focused on one idea: how do you help the bottom half of the population build wealth? Right? I wouldn't be doing this work without Michael Sherraden's 1991 seminal book, Assets and the Poor. He shaped my career, he shaped a lot of careers. So it's really an honor to be here with all of you. 2 years ago, when I was working for Senator Casey, I was the host of you all coming to the Hill. And I'm sorry not to be in that position anymore because Senator Casey, unfortunately, did not win. But I hope you're going to talk to Senator Booker's office through Melissa. So I'm not going to actually talk too much about Trump accounts. There's a summary that I put on the pages on both sides if you want to get into the details. Pick those up on your way out. But as Gene said, I am going to talk a little bit more about kind of the journey that brought us to this point. And really, I want to tell the story of a social work professor, which Gene has done in part already, and a policy entrepreneur, which is kind of how I describe myself. And 2 of the policy successes we've had over 30 years, and some things we learned about the relationship between research and public policy. I hope these lessons are valuable for you. If we have time, I have a few career lessons. If you'll have patience with me, you know, I wouldn't mind sharing those with you. So let me start with the first policy success, which was around Michael Sherraden's idea of individual development accounts, okay? His original proposal was that these should be established at birth for all kids. However, policymakers had doubts that poor people could save, and so we had to test the idea with the working poor, not with kids. So IDAs became a tool, match savings accounts for the working poor. So here's how it happened. I was a recently minted divinity school graduate looking for work on Capitol Hill. Nobody would hire me because I had a divinity degree, not a social work degree or economics degree. I eventually found a job with a congressman from Ohio working on the Select Committee on Hunger. And the congressman said to me, why don't you try to find ideas that will actually end hunger instead of just alleviate it? And he gave me time to read, to talk, do research. And in that time, I came across Michael Sherraden's manuscript for Assets and the Poor. It wasn't even a book yet. This was 1990. And I read it and I thought, man, this really makes sense. Like that low-income people can and should accumulate wealth. And I thought, this is perfect, because if you have wealth and you have savings, you don't need food stamps, you don't need WIC. Those are great programs. I think they deserve to be expanded. But the idea was to try to find a program that would, reduce the need for those kinds of programs. So I called Michael. He was too poor to come to Washington to talk to members of Congress about the idea. But eventually we worked on hearings and legislation and tried to give the idea life in DC. And later I organized a campaign to get IDA legislation through Congress. And in 1998, found ourselves in the Oval Office with President Clinton signing the Assets for Independence Act into law. Couldn't believe it, right? Pretty amazing. You have to understand, that this idea was, Gene talked about it. It was a very radical idea at the time. Republicans were the one who embraced it. This was the Bill Clinton, Newt Gingrich era of end welfare as we know it. And policymakers were hungry for ideas that were different. And Michael comes along and says, savings and wealth accumulation is the key to ending poverty. Republicans embraced it, Bill Clinton embraced it. And it's for that reason that this idea was receptive on Capitol Hill and why Republicans led the charge to get it through Congress and signed into law by Bill Clinton. You have to understand, Democrats at the time, not today, were the guardians of the welfare state. They thought they knew best what poor people were capable of doing. They said, no, they can't save, they can't build wealth, they're poor, we need to take care of them. We can't empower them, we need to take care of them. So Democrats very much resisted this idea at first, and eventually came around to be big advocates of it, but it did not start that way. So it was a very, very radical idea. And then after we had the success in 1998 with IDAs, we shifted to Michael's original vision, which was accounts at birth for all kids, which we then started calling child development accounts, since IDAs were now a tool for the working poor to build wealth. I was involved in 7 or 8 bipartisan bills starting in the mid-2000s to create accounts at birth for all kids, lifelong accounts with progressive deposits, more for the poor. One of these almost became law, the one that Gene mentioned, the Aspire Act, but it did not. But you had proposals from Hillary Clinton and Chuck Schumer, Jeff Sessions, Rick Santorum. I mean, about as broad a range as you can imagine. And for a while, these policies had a lot of interest, but nothing ever happened. Nothing moved forward for many years. And then Donald Trump comes along, has this idea that stock market is booming, and that every child, every American should participate in the stock market, and that the best way to do that is to start it at birth so that you can accumulate more wealth. You have more time for the investments to grow. So he was sold on this idea that the stock market's great, it's the upside of America, every kid should participate in that, and then eventually every American. And so Donald Trump, to our great surprise, became the champion of this idea. In many ways, it was coming full circle because it was Republicans who first embraced the idea, distanced himself from it for a long time, and then sort of came back to it through Donald Trump. Now, as Melissa will say, Senator Booker has been an advocate of this idea for 10 years and has been working across the aisle to get it done. And we're mostly pleased with Trump accounts. We're working on a set of very important improvements to make sure that they work really well for the bottom half. We're not there yet. I'm sure Melissa will say more about that. So I just want to offer a couple of policy lessons from these 30 years that I've had promoting these policies. One is about timing in the larger political context. So the key thing to point out here is that over 30 years, the idea itself never changed. Okay, it was the exact same idea throughout this time. So when the idea first came out, as I mentioned, from like 1991 to 2007, it was like the best idea ever. Like this social work professor has come up with this idea to solve poverty, right? And policymakers could not embrace it fast enough. We moved literally in the course of 3 years from multi-million-dollar proposals to multi-billion-dollar proposals to a $500 billion proposal that was in the State of the Union. Unbelievable, because it was the right idea at the right time. Then the Great Recession breaks out, and guess what? This is the worst idea ever. Why? Because families had just lost $16 trillion in wealth, most of it low-income and minority families, right? And so you're telling me we should try to help the poor build wealth when that just happened, right? And then we had evidence that the poor could save, which transformed the policy. However, precisely because the poor could save, in a Great Recession, you did not want them to save, you wanted them to spend. So for two reasons, what was the best idea ever was the worst idea ever, right? It just shows how the same idea is radically differently received depending on the larger political context. So then we had a period of indifference, 2014 to 2024. There were a few Democrats who were not indifferent, like Cory Booker and my former boss, Bob Casey, but the policy wasn't really moving anywhere. But then again, in 2025, it became the best idea ever. Because we looked around and saw that the S&P 500 had gained 17% in the previous year and 10% over a 30-year period. And the idea was we're leaving too many Americans out of this booming stock market from accumulating wealth. Let's make sure that all Americans can do it. So once again, the idea became back in fashion, and now it's law. So my second observation is very similar. It's about evidence. Thanks to top-tier researchers like Gene, the evidence for these policies is getting better and better. The evidence from C to K was cited by the advocates of the Trump account. It's been cited by Bob Casey and Cory Booker. Every leading policymaker, it's been really critical to show that if we do this policy, it actually could make a difference in people's lives. So, however, in the real political world, sometimes a policy moves forward because of the evidence, sometimes indifferent to the evidence, and sometimes despite the evidence, right? It just really varies, again, on the larger context. So, as I said earlier, because the poor could save, which we had to demonstrate in IDA projects, we went from millions to billions to $500 billion. But then again, that very same evidence, because the poor could save, basically stopped the policy in its track. So, it's just, I'm trying to make a larger point here is you have to think hard about the political context that you're in. There's no such thing as evidence. As researchers, you're trained to present and generate the best evidence and present it and help policymakers do the right thing. But evidence is just one small piece of moving a policy forward. What's the power of the idea? And it really, with Trump accounts, it had more to do with the idea than anything else. And the evidence was helpful. We had some confidence that it would work, right? But it was really, it's just, this is a powerful idea. The stock market is a building wealth. We've never really tried the stock market as a route to building wealth for the bottom half. It's been education, it's been home ownership, which are now riskier assets, but the stock market has been more reliable. So the key thing here is that how powerful is the idea? What's the context you're working in? You have to be alert to those things as you think about generating evidence and presenting it to members of Congress. Okay, I'm going to close very briefly with just a couple of career lessons, which I hope we can talk more about because I'm eager to get to Melissa. I'm just going to mention them very briefly here. But first is that I hope you understand that, a small number of people can really make a big difference here. Many of you have read Margaret Mead, Never Believe that a few caring people can't change the world, for indeed, that's all who ever have. I think Michael is one of those people. I'm part of a team of people that I think held on to this idea that a small group of people working together really can have a profound impact. And social work has demonstrated that. I think that can be true for others. I embrace this idea. and stuck with it. And I'm, to witness 2 policy successes is pretty remarkable. So I feel like I'm part of that small community, and it was great to be a part of that. And they say in DC that you can accomplish a lot here if you don't mind giving other people the credit. And that is so true. My second is kind of a reflection on a famous Isaiah Berlin essay called The Hedgehog and the Fox. He was using it to understand political thinkers and novelists over time, especially Tolstoy. But the idea is that a hedgehog knows one thing, a fox knows many things, right? Well, I'm making an argument for the hedgehog here. I focused on one idea in my career, and really just I strove to become, I love the idea. I wanted to learn about it, but I learned that by focusing on this idea and becoming a national expert, you have more opportunity for impact. Congressional testimony, op-eds, opportunities to work closely with senators, go to the White House. There's something about focusing on an idea and really sticking with it over your career as a route to impact. And my final idea is that don't just wait for a job to open up for you. Create an opportunity for yourself. I didn't even realize this until my wife pointed it out to me, that in 30 years, I have never applied for a job. I've created every single job that I've had, every single job, right? So you find an institution you want to work for, maybe you raise some money, you find a way to make it work. And so be an entrepreneur. I mean, who knows what AI is going to do to your job prospects anyway, right? So be entrepreneurial and think hard about the job you want to have and make it happen. So I'll stop there, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Everyone. I'm worried I'm a little short, but can you see me over the podium? Should I step over here? Yeah, I'm like, over here. Thanks. My name is Melissa Sanchez. I'm Economic Policy Advisor for Senator Booker. And I've worked a lot with both Ray and Jen over the years, working on baby bonds, Trump accounts, child savings, all sorts of things. Unlike Ray and Jen, probably baby bonds is 10% of, as you guys will get to meet lots of Hill staffers if you haven't already. 10% of my time is occupied by that. Sometimes it's 100% of my time, but it kind of waxes and wanes. So I've been really fortunate to learn from experts, social workers, researchers, economists over the years to advance policies like, baby bonds. So maybe I'll just give some background on Senator Booker and how he came to this approach. I think Senator Booker is, I don't know who here's from Jersey. Any Jersey people? Yeah, woo, Jersey. So we got our Jersey people who might know Senator Booker, but a little bit about his, personal story. He, before becoming a senator in 2014, was the mayor of the city of Newark. He, at the time, and it probably continues to be one of the only, if not the only senator living in a majority low-income Black community. He moved into on the block across from Brick Towers, which were the low-income housing he moved into when he first moved to Newark after he graduated from Stanford Law School, where he said, "I'm going to go." Kind of in the spirit of you all here, I'm gonna go, be with the people and help the people, and I'm gonna go move into this community and be an advocate, tenants' rights advocate, and use my law degree for something worthwhile here. And that's what he did. And before he ended up, he told this story last night, or he had his intention to that was what he was doing with his life, move into Newark and fight for his community, using his law degree, fighting for tenant rights, and then he ended up being pushed to go run for council as a council member. Then he got pushed to lose several mayor races, and then become mayor. And then that's how he ended up here in the Senate. But that community is such a part of his story and what we think about when we're thinking through policy making and conversations we're having here in DC. That's the community we're thinking about back home. And so in the context of when we were coming to various ideas in 2017, right? Senator Booker came into the Senate 2014 under President Obama, flying high, and then we immediately lose the House, Senate, and the White House to this new administration that's pushing, across the board things that were outrageous then, and of course now it's even more so. one of those first things that was really shocking to us was the tax policy that they were advancing, right? Because truly, in looking at how that's one of the biggest things that actually, to back up for a second, that here in Congress and in DC, we haven't passed major bills in a long time, right? We kind of passed like 2 things these days. And that's partially because of how the Senate and congressional rules, right? We passed budgets because to prevent shutdowns, but though we did have very long historic record-breaking shutdowns and are still in one right now. And we passed tax bills, right? Because those bills are privileged vehicles that only really need a simple majority, usually 51 votes, to get done. The budget usually is done in 60 votes, but tax bills are done through what we call reconciliation. So the Trump administration comes in, the first thing they do, tax cuts for the rich, right? They they raise the standard deduction and make record cuts, to the state tax. And these are things that are, really benefiting. It was very unpopular, very regressive. Most of the benefits of this tax bill are going to wealthy family and intergenerational wealth, right? The state tax lifting, this things called the step-up basis, which help families pass wealth one generation to the next. And so in this context too, where Senator Booker was the mayor of the city of Newark during the the Great Recession, where he had to cut jobs for police officers and make really hard choices for working class people. But at the same time, we're coming here just a few years later, while we've had some people call it this incomplete recovery, where we've never really come back to the same kind of job quality or a savings that people had a decade ago, but we're able to pay for these big tax cuts for the rich. And so we said, looking at this tax code, looking at our federal spend, what we're putting our dollars in, how could we, turn it on its head, right? What could we do to take these big tax loopholes that help families pass wealth from one generation to the next, and in a way that is actually helping working people and helping people who are in poverty. And that's how, I think Senator Booker and, the team came across, Michael's work. And, I think at the time that's really central to Senator Booker, as I was explaining, Derek Hamilton was talking a lot about the impacts of the racial wealth gap, right? That all these policies together, the state tax, all these tax policies were building wealth for families who had generations of wealth that were also created by federal subsidies, right? We're talking about families today who have wealth, not necessarily because of any actions or inactions they've taken, but because, 100 years ago, their family, fought in World War II, and they were able to, they were given through the GI Bill eligible to purchase a house, or because of our labor laws that excluded farm workers and other types of service workers, they're able to build wealth in ways that, Black and brown people in particular were excluded from for generations. So if federal policy can, create these inequities that we see along racial lines or on, gender lines, it can fix it too. And that was sort of the premise of baby bonds. So, similar to the work that's already been done across the country, we said, create these accounts for every child at birth universally and seed them with $1,000. And then on top of that, we proposed, adding additional contributions based on family income. And what this would do is that a low-income family, who has making $0 over the lifetime of that child would have an account somewhere upwards of $50,000. And a child with higher incomes would not get any additional contributions, but have the additional initial seed, so they'll have something, right? And as a result, these sort of things that I was mentioning, right? We have the GI Bill, these other things that built wealth over time. This would build wealth for those families who were excluded, or for whatever reason are these low wealth families, and get them that kind of big investment they need to purchase a house, to go to college, to do these sort of wealth building activities. And we paid for it by closing those loopholes for high wealth families already. And the research that came out following the proposal on Derek's original proposal too said that this would virtually close the racial wealth gap. And so that that is what he had put out, and it was 2019, and continued to build on over the years. And I think there was a confluence, especially in Democratic politics. Thinking about the following years, right, where there was sort of like a reckoning around racial justice, and are we doing enough to address the inequities in our country? Between, I think there was a push between policies to address policing, but also the economic situation and economic inequities we saw. There was a big push, and we were able to go from this being kind of like a fringe idea that Senator Booker was introducing to, we had more than a dozen, including, Leader Schumer on the bill through the next several Congresses. We worked Senator Booker went to Connecticut to help advocate to get funding for the Connecticut Baby Bonds program, and support it there. And so just continue to beat the drum of this policy, which we did, plenty of time. Had criticisms about cost and size and things that Ray were pointing towards over the years. So despite having built support through the caucus over the last several years, we never made it obviously across the finish line under the Biden administration. And I think happy to have a broader conversation about it's funny, Senator Booker too, in a very similar way, just introduced earlier this month a bill to increase standard deduction to $75,000 to end taxes for low to middle class families. And but it's a very similar conversation that we're having around baby bonds, right? That there's a limited pie, and I think Ray sort of spoke to this. I think there's a sort of a defensiveness sometimes amongst Democrats who are so protective of these programs that are coming under attack. And so, these sort of out of the box ideas can be threatening because it's, plenty of times that we're all asked, well, why would you spend something, put money in something today that families won't feel until 20 years from now? Or, that someone's hungry tomorrow, why do this or that? And, our answer is there's plenty of federal dollars flowing around our country. We're the wealthiest country in the world. We managed to pay, Senator Booker, what they were paying for a war right now, on the other side of the country without, Congress's input. And yet we're not able to pay for healthcare and, food and to do these things that are critical. But I think, again, to one more step back too, I think Senator Booker's viewpoint in this issue in general is that we are already subsidizing wealth for a lot of people in this country. I mentioned a couple of them, where we have the stepped up basis loophole. That means a family who, when someone with wealth, when they pass away, the capital gains that they would have, the taxes they have to pay, get wiped out generation across generation. That's how you have these generations of families who 100 years ago owned a railroad, but today they are still living off that wealth. It's because they get this advantageous tax treatment. Or the estate taxes that was raised in 2017. They doubled down on that increase this summer. We're doing that in plenty of places. So what if we did it for the people who have been excluded for generations? And that's what baby bonds is. And so when we're thinking about Trump accounts and changes, that's what we'll continue to work towards. A bill that makes good on the promise of being universal for everyone. That again, we're a universal policy where at the end of 18 years, that we would hope that families have a meaningful, or children have a meaningful nest egg, or a piece of wealth that'll really get to the reducing the wealth inequality in our country that's skyrocketed, and especially the racial wealth inequality that plagues our country and continues to be a major problem. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Ray and Melissa, for such a rich and thoughtful conversations here, including a lot of important points related to child account policy, baby bond policy, and also the social work practice and interactions with the policy here. We still have about maybe 40 minutes. Maybe we can have 10, 15 minutes panel conversation here, and then we can open up the floor for questions from social workers and social work students. And the first question I have, actually, it's for Ray. I really enjoy your tips and the important lessons on how we can work on policy. So I think you have a very important point here talking about the context. It's critical, right? It really depends on context. We are going to have good idea. The same idea could be good or bad, and the research evidence may be critical or not. So I think all of those are wonderful lessons for us to learn, especially as social work researchers. I need to think through how we can better use our research evidence here. But maybe a lot of we have students here, they may not do research, and they will focus on social work practice. So in other words, they will serve children, serve families, represent communities. So you talk about ideas and research evidence. Now, how we can integrate social work practice in the policy conversation and the policy change?
Yeah, that's a great question, and thank you for your very compelling presentation. I would remind people that Michael Sheridan, as a social worker, generated the idea out of his conversations with low-income women on welfare. He said they were telling him, I can't get ahead, I don't have a future, you know, where's my 401k, right? I mean, these people felt like their existence was day to day. And he was really struck by that. And then he happened to go to a faculty meeting where they were talking about WashU's retirement account, and all these faculty showed up. And faculty are not the kind of people who pay attention to these things. And he realized that, oh my gosh, they're reacting to a structure that was built for them to build wealth. He put 2 and 2 together. Why don't we create a structure for people like the welfare moms I'm talking with to also have a future? And that's how the idea of Assets in the Poor was born. So I think being on the front lines with families, listening to families, you know, is the raw material for policy change. So, but I also think it's really important to work with, you know, think tanks and intermediaries, folks who straddle practice, research, and public policy. I played that translation role a lot at different think tanks, and I think it's a really critical role. So one of the things that I think Michael did very well, he not just had an idea, he formed partnerships with critical think tanks in DC to communicate his idea to members of Congress.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think that, and I think there's some simple to just like thinking through Trump accounts and policy design choices that are obvious to you and not obvious to everybody else, right? I think a simple one that we're still grappling with right now is like automatic enrollment, right? This is something that's so obvious, I'm sure, to everyone in this room, that automatic enrollment is probably the key feature for making this accessible, right? As someone who, low-income families who are in a situation where they're interacting with social workers, right, are just like not in the position to be having to do complicated filings and paperwork in this. And so actually one other piece is I guess you guys can all be like conduits to that, like, right? You all as practitioners are, you know, here in this room hearing from us, you're probably the tip of the spear of people who know about Trump accounts and know about this opportunity that there's $1,000 for families, you know, on the table if they're able to take advantage, right? I think under the Biden administration, when we were trying to implement the child tax credit and EITC, there were huge, you know, administratability issues, in part because low-income families are just generally, you know, especially like those who are so low income that they're not necessarily required to file, right? They are constantly leaving money on the table, and you guys all have a special role in you know, communicating these policies that happen here and that are complicated and wonky, and being able to advocate, you know, back to your communities about you know, the opportunities that are there.
Thank you. Thank you so much for these great thoughts, how connecting social work practice and the policy conversation here. I'm familiar with the story you mentioned, like Michael bringing the experiences of 10F mothers back to the policy idea and policy conversation. I think, Marissa, when you talk about Senator Booker's previous story, like how he experienced in New Jersey, and then bring back to the Congress for this policy idea, it's the same thing here. And I really like, Ray, your idea that social workers can represent community, bring the frontline experiences back to the policy table and policy conversation. And I wonder if you have any suggestion, like any kind of institutional channel that social workers can do better to bring the frontline experiences back to the policy conversation and policy table. Like the event today, definitely it's a wonderful event to provide this kind of function. I also wonder any kind of, and Ray also mentioned think tank, intermediate, and I wonder any kind of suggestions you can provide to the social workers on this regard.
I mean, I think, you know, the power of Congress is that, you know, the doors are open, right? I think, and that should be true of the White House, but these are your institutions, right? That's the power of being a democratic country. That hypothetically, right, of course, everyone's doors are open to you. I know for us, I think we, from, you know, looking at the research that people are putting out, not just through institutions, but across, you know, universities, that is something that our teams rely on. But constituents, like our Jersey teams have constituent advocates that, you know, are fighting with Social Security to get people's benefits. We understand firsthand the issues around access to public benefits and the complicated like web we've created because we have those interactions. So I think that there's so many opportunities whether it's working with like the state teams of congressional offices and just building relationships there, building relationships with teams in DC. That's what we're here for. And of course, I'm saying that I know that every office has different levels of accessibility, but there are partners out there. I know that Senator Casey was an incredible partner. There are other, like my boss and others on the Hill who are there to do that. But I think that you guys, you in your own experience, and it's powerful, and you guys are really the people on the ground and who are hearing the firsthand story. So we deeply value that.
I can't emphasize Melissa's point enough about how busy Hill staffers are. They are overwhelmed. They have to keep up on a broad range of issues at any moment to keep their bosses informed and to make good votes and all that. So they rely on people like me and Jean and all of you for ideas, for research, for evidence, for opportunities. And so, you're a critical resource to very busy Hill staff who are looking for ideas, all right? Secondly, I would say public publishing is really critical, especially 2-page policy briefs and op-eds, right? They go a long way. I wrote many op-eds for the Washington Post and New York Times and all these, but it was a direct route into the rooms of the White House and the Hill, because you have an idea, you expressed it very succinctly, and then that opened up a conversation about other things. So, just understand that you are a critical resource to Hill staffers, but also learn how to write about your ideas in a very succinct, compelling way.
Just to sort of build off what Ray said earlier about AI and technology, I just think we have to think about that too, right? I think that the traditional ways of like lobbying or any of this is totally changing right now, right? I think Senator Booker, just knowing that he has his new role as he chairs it's called the Senate Communications Committee for the Democrats, right? I think people are communicating differently. Members are getting information differently, right? And I agree that write the op-ed, but also get onto your phone and film videos while you're out there, right? That is compelling. Those members are listening to that. I know Cory Booker wakes up at 4 a.m. He's sending me TikToks, right? And it's him, but it's I think across the board. I think we're at a cusp of a changing kind of just way media landscape, but I think everything is changing in its way, and I don't think there's not been a better time for you all outside of DC to be communicating with members of Congress, with the White House. President Trump loves Twitter and or his Truth Social platform, which is a joke, but I'm saying that I'm just in that sorry, that this is just the way that the media landscape is changing, and how our governments interact with one another. So just think of it, you guys have a very, very powerful tool in your pocket that you carry around with you every day. And we're talking about you used to, in order to tell our story, you sort of talking about Michael, have to fly all the way to DC and write a book and find a publisher. Now you can hop on your phone and be with clients or be wherever you are and tell these stories that are really important to members of Congress. Right?
This is why we have generational change. Here's the old guy talking about op-eds and
do the
books and
op-eds, do
2-pagers, and Melissa saying, "No, get on your phone, do a video." And I
Live
wish I
stream it.
understood that world, and I'm grateful that you all do, because it is increasingly important.
Yeah, and I think thinking about that too, that our president, our leader of the Senate, our minority leader, these are all baby boomers or older, right? And the next generation of those leaders, you see this already, on the House side, but the next generation of leaders are not going to be like that, right? We're going to have Gen Xers, Gen Zers, millennials, and things are changing, and so use that for your advantage, right? You guys are creative, and you guys are different than generations before, and that's what makes it powerful, right? And we can start to think through a politics that's different and that is responsive to different things, right? I think Ray's so true about taking opportunities, right? I think in general with policymaking, right? There's lulls, there's opportunities, when there's change, when there's elections, there's different windows, and I think that the goal here is that you're putting out the information, making the case all along, so when everything kind of lines up, it works out, right? I think for the Trump accounts, there is that, I know the folks who are behind this effort. There was absolutely a case made about investing in, in the stock market and these sort of things. But I really think so much of it, it's called Trump accounts, and it's this legacy piece that President Trump himself really cares about. You see that in lots of he wants to create this long legacy, where for most politicians, all they care about is the next election cycle. So they're if I can't get results of the next, my next election, what nobody cares about this account they get in 20 years. But for President Trump, so it's a personality thing too, is what I'm saying, right? I think there's all these confluence of things, and Just to say that, I think we just to think about moments and things differently, and I think that you all as young people in school are doing.
I would just add that, yes, do all the things Melissa says, be cognizant of these forces. We still need people with deep expertise.
Yes,
Like
yes.
to figure out the bill, to write the bill, to improve the bill, to really understand how to do the law properly, right? So that's an important part of this work.
Yeah, I like your suggestion and comments. I'm a social work faculty. I teach policy class, and my students definitely need to learn the skills. Writing policy brief, 2-page policy brief, and op-ed. Yeah, seems, Melissa, you just mentioned Trump accounts, and our session is about child accounts. Maybe we have a round of questions about these policies specifically, and then we can open up the floor for questions from our audience. Okay, so Melissa, you in your talk, in your remarks, you introduced this such wonderful story about how the baby bombs becomes a bill from Senator Booker, right? And from your perspective, what's the difference between Trump accounts and baby bombs? And how we can make sure the policy can achieve its goal to really to be inclusive, to build assets for all children? And what can we do in Congress to really make sure the policy is going to achieve that goal?
So I think I'll start with the similarities.
Yeah.
And the similarities are that these are child, savings or child investment accounts, child savings accounts that start at birth and that are seeded with $1,000. And then it all kind of gets a little smudgy from there. I think one of the key issues that's outstanding is universality, right? I mentioned that's an important component. I think just like Social Security, everyone gets Social Security, everyone should get a Trump account. That's especially important, I think, politically, but also the way that the universality, unfortunately, is not working out in this case is that it's requiring an opt-in, right? And we just know that the folks that we so much want to be getting these accounts, the children who should get these accounts, whether they're foster youth or whatever it is, they're going to be the least likely to have an account that follows them throughout their life because they're not automatically enrolled into those accounts. So I think that's one major problem. The other thing that I mentioned that really for Senator Booker is such a priority is the additional contributions across the lifetime. The accounts allow for up to $5,000 of family contributions or community, like from philanthropists or communities, employers, but don't necessarily provide for that. And so we've seen a couple of reports already that some have said that there's an increased like regressivity in our tax code because families who have up to $5,000 will save. Some say because of the tax treatment that maybe they won't actually use it and they'll use other kinds of accounts. But certainly like very low income families who won't be getting additional contribution and maybe don't have the additional resources to save, right, won't be able to take advantage of that. So those are sort of like the like priorities for Senator Booker in terms of like a next iteration of this. Again, with the idea that like closing the wealth gap, the racial wealth gap in particular, are sort of his priorities in this space.
Okay, so what can we do for that from Congress perspective? And how can social workers participate in this policy improvement? Any additional thoughts on that?
Yeah. So some of these fixes. So part of I think there's they introduced this bill or passed this bill last summer, and they've been working on they do rulemakings where they roll out like what these will look like. So we just sort of got that last month of like what these will actually look like in terms of enrollment and different kinds of like process things. They're going to start, like later this summer. We're really going to see like who's enrolled and at what scale. So I think on the enrollment side, right, there's an advocate component to this. Sort of I mentioned with the CTC where a lot of this, and you'll see Senator Booker doing this. It's going to be about raising awareness about the existence of these accounts. If there's $1,000 out there for you if you claim it, similar to how under in COVID we were like, go get your $3,600 for the child tax credit. Very similar conversation. In the absence of any kind of if the White House continues to say that they can't do automatic enrollment, that's sort of our only option. Then we could fix it through legislation, but as I unfortunately mentioned earlier, we're not out of Congress right now passing a ton of legislation or bipartisan legislation. But certainly, like we will, reintroduce baby bonds, potentially with some of these fixes in it, and there will be more conversations about bills. And typically, like I would say, like in past years, there was like sort of a pace. They call them tax extenders that kind of happen every 2-3 years. That's an opportunity. I mentioned like big spending bills are sometimes an opportunity to tag along different tax provision. So it could, I don't want to be like totally like hopeless and say there's no opportunity in the next few years. Of course, we'll always be working towards it and looking, like I said, doing the work in the meantime and hoping there'll be a window for us to tack it on to something. I think but those are sort of like the vehicles that we have, right? It's a tax bill or an omnibus spending bill that will include some tax provision.
Thank you, Melissa. So, Ray, you also mentioned we need to have some improvement on Trump accounts when you in your remarks. So, follow up with Melissa's question. I think you're already thinking about the reauthorization in 2028. Could you talk a little bit more about that? Like what information we need, what kind of improvement we need to achieve through that process?
Yeah, I think a Trump accounts is a down payment on a big idea that can and should be improved over time. Melissa's mentioned both of them. I mean, in a word, let's make Trump accounts look like Senator Booker's baby bonds proposal, right? Permanent $1,000, additional deposits at birth for low wealth families is really important. Making sure families are protected by saving, then they don't lose. Medicaid, food stamps, Medicare, SSI, that's something that's lacking right now as well. So there's a whole range of improvements, and first and foremost, if Treasury doesn't do it, automatic enrollment to make sure that the kids who most need Trump accounts actually get them. We have a lot of evidence that Gene has generated showing that they won't. So that's really the short list. There's other things, and we'll probably looking at a retirement security bill in the next Congress to make these improvements. But yes, evidence, right? Stories. Like, we need to hear from the families that have opened these accounts. Like, well, what else do you want to know? What else do you need? Whatever impact we can generate to improve the accounts would be great.
Thank you.
I think I would just also add that I do think, and you'll hear this, from Senator Booker. Obviously, we're kind of like drawing contrast here, but we are very excited, and you probably won't hear so many Democrats complain that this got done. Right? This is actually a very exciting opportunity. There is real, like $1,000 for a low wealth family is a lot of money, right? And I think that you'll see Senator Booker in general in the coming months, and really being an advocate for enrollment and building support and consensus around this proposal, because I think our worst fear is, and it's and this is not, again, I always talk to child tax credits. I also worked on that, but a lot of people, there was not a lot of awareness and a lot of like political support for it. So when it expired, there was just not the same kind of pressure on the Republican side to come to the table to to reinstate the parts of it that were progressive, right? The parts that got like funds to low-income families. So in the same way here, there is a danger where if Democrats come out bashing Trump accounts, or if we have low enrollment and people don't really care about it, that it kind of fizzles out after 2 years. And so we very much want to make sure that it's a popular program, that it works well. So even though it's not our, it doesn't have our name on it, like we want this to succeed, because this is, this would be really impactful for millions of families, and we're going to work towards doing that while we also seek out these changes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Melissa and Ray, for a great panel discussion. Okay, let's see if we have any questions from our audience here. Okay, we have many hands here. I don't know, like, how to. Oh yes. Okay.
Want one of our mics?
Yeah, please identify your name and affiliation. Okay. We still have maybe 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Jada McLeod. I'm here from UNC Chapel Hill in the Community Management and Policy Practice concentration. My question was, I'm curious about how with this policy, you're working on building resilience and sustainability within the policy itself, especially for vulnerable communities. I'm thinking about, with this conversation around addressing the racial wealth gap, how Black communities are more vulnerable to losing the wealth and assets that they accumulate over time, especially with this. With these accounts being tied to the stock market and the risks for volatility there. I think we saw how crises like the subprime mortgage crisis in the 2008 Great Recession or the COVID-19 pandemic caused Black families to disproportionately lose their wealth. And so I'm just curious about how you guys are working to address that particular type of vulnerability and introduce some sustainability into the policy.
Thank you. So I think the key question here is about the racial wealth gap and the resilience of investment. Melissa, would you like to talk about racial wealth gap here? And I think, Ray, you also mentioned about the change of stock market. Maybe you can add some comments about that.
So I think returns and rate and compound growth is sort of like a policy choice, and we obviously have different approaches, and from the Trump administration to what baby bonds had. Right? The Trump administration took an aggressive approach where we're investing directly into the stock market, and wants to give families choices in how they're doing that. And there's a risk to that, right? You're going to have maybe your family it's a portfolio that has 17% growth in 1 year, but to your point, maybe it's not that year, or maybe you're whatever decisions your family made on the type of investments was riskier. The way that we approached that in baby bonds was to rely on, I don't know if you're how familiar you are, TSP. TSP is the retirement savings program for federal employees. They have certain funds that grow at a certain rate. So you kind of guaranteed a rate. And so you're not going to get 17%, but you will get a steady 2 to 5 depending on the account, and you make changes based on when you're projected to retire, and you adjust. If you're you're young, you go into the more aggressive account, and if you're a little bit closer to retirement, you go into the less aggressive account. But either way, that was sort of our way for correcting. We didn't want to see to your point, we don't want to see for a family with 2 kids, for one kid to have an account with 10,000 more than the other one. You are sacrificing perhaps really big numbers of the Trump administration says these accounts can grow to over 150,000 if depending on how much how it's invested and how much you put initially. Ours was always a little bit more modest, coming in around 40, 50, but we did have that sort. We had it's a tighter range to protect against that. So it's a policy choice you have to make, whether you want to be a little bit more risky for the higher returns, or our approach is a little more conservative, but to protect against the big shocks across years of when the child was born and the maturity of that account.
Very briefly, just 4 things very, very briefly. First is progressive deposits will disproportionately impact people of color, so those are really important. Secondly, surprisingly, the stock market is now the largest driver of the racial wealth gap. So it's actually good to get more people of color in the stock market responsibly so we can narrow that gap. Okay. Third, we need wraparound services with the account because families need to survive. It's good to lock up the money, but you have to complement it with a strong safety net and cash assistance. And fourth, I'd say you don't want families in the stock market at age 17 or 16. You need a target fund, a life cycle type fund. So we need to change the investment requirements of the account itself.
Yeah, I also want to add 2 brief comments here. Just when we compare the income assistance and the asset building, they have different purposes here, right? We need both income assistance and asset building. Same thing here. When we think about asset building, typically we hope we have long-term asset accumulation, and to some extent that's going to reduce the impact of fluctuation. And also related to Melissa's comment about different portfolio. In some other countries, Melissa was talking about TSP plan, but in some other countries, when they have these child accounts policy, like in Singapore, they also have different investment option with low risk, with guaranteed return. So that could be another option when we think about how to protect asset building for the racial minority communities and racial minority families. Yes?
Hi, Beatrice Sanchez from Columbia's Policy Practice MSW. I have a comment and then a question. The first is I am pleasantly surprised to hear that President Trump has championed this legislation, considering he flip-flops between contractionary and expansionary fiscal policy all the time. But the second is mostly on the point of minority folks actually building wealth. Someone touched on proving that poor folks save, so that propensity to save. What if this Trump thing fizzles out, as you were talking about? What policy alternatives are politically feasible, especially at a reality of the fact that when folks start to save the little they have and put it into the stock market, they're often disqualified from a lot of those programs. I feel like that's a full path that legislation Congress, if this does fizzle out, hopefully it doesn't.
Yeah, that's one of the improvements we're working on, is ensuring that whatever you have saved and whatever you withdraw from a Trump account does not impact your eligibility for SSI, food stamps, Medicaid, Medicare, a whole range of public assistance programs. That's critical for helping lower income families build wealth, along with, as I said earlier, a complementary wraparound policy that provides more immediate cash assistance and a strong safety net.
Asset limits in general, sort of the lifting the savings requirements around asset limits in particular, it did have a little bit of bipartisan support last Congress. But the hard thing is, in general, like as our politics gets more, polarized, right? We had a couple of like moderate Republicans. I'm trying to remember exactly who. I think it was Sherrod Brown had a few bills with some moderate Republicans who've also like lost their seats. But to make this change, right? I think the asset limits are so low right now. Like even it's not even just forget like saving or like putting things in the stock market. Like even having a car, the worst car in the world, can knock you off of a lot of these programs, right? So, but I do think just like asset limits and like increasing that and tying it to inflation did enjoy some like bipartisan support just as recently as last Congress. But it's just a different environment right now where the conversation about all of these programs is a little more fraught. Right? We just made these major cuts to Medicaid and SNAP, and at some point perhaps we get back to a place that's a little more thoughtful. But unfortunately, we're just not there in this moment.
Yes, removing or lifting asset limits has been a policy proposal from CSD for a long time, for many, many years, since we really focus on this universal lifelong wealth building policy. And for the child account policy, we identified 10 general policy design principles. One of them is asset protection. It's not, basically, we are arguing that the asset building in all of these accounts are not going to affect the means tested benefit eligibility. And we know how to do that. And now we have about 7 statewide child account policy across the United States, including more than 8 million of children. And all of them do not have this asset limit provision.
Hi, my name is Jade Cook from UNC Chapel Hill on this macro focus type track. My question is more focused on the sustainability of it. Have any pieces that are connected to financial literacy so that not only in complement to these accounts, but that families actually know how to navigate the system that they're going to be in, and then be able to teach that generationally in connection with the accounts that they're going to be receiving.
Just briefly, it's a great question. There's a real need. There have been some surveys with baby bonds recipients, folks actually eligible and participating in a baby bonds program in cities and states. And the kids themselves talk about how important it is to have timely financial advice around those accounts, especially as they get close to using them. So the bill doesn't require it. It doesn't specify it. Some states do. And to be honest with you, no one's really figured out yet exactly how that's going to be delivered. And this is a place where I think social work students can have an impact, is what's the best way to provide advice to children and families through schools, through boys and girls clubs, whatever it might be, especially as they get close to disbursement.
Yeah, I would say like in baby bonds in the bill, we had a financial literacy component, but also we limited in types of investments into wealth building activities, right? You were only limited to certain kinds of like, college or trainings or, investments in housing. The idea being that we didn't want you don't want to hand a kid $50,000 at 18 and they're going to go, buy a Lamborghini or something, right? I think that is absolutely an important part of this. But I think also one thing that makes us a little stickier on this is that I kind of tried to frame this at the beginning, but our viewpoint is very much that people are not poor because they're not financially literate. People are poor because federal policy creates a system that perpetuates poverty in certain communities, right? And so we absolutely think it's an important part of it, but we also think, we're fundamentally making a correction here for generations of federal policy that benefited some families and left out others. And want to make that point too.
I would just add that the Trump administration, not surprisingly, envisions sort of phone-based interaction with the accounts. They've already designed the app, and you can go to White House, trumpaccounts.gov, and see it. So I think, sort of going back to earlier comments about phones, like what are the phone-based applications, that could be included that could help families and kids make better choices? I hope it doesn't stop there, but it has to include it.
Also, maybe just to flag the risks of that too. I think I don't know how many of you guys are involved, thinking about fintech and Robinhood and are tracking all of this stuff too. This has been a concern that I know Ray and others have raised, is that with this system where we're having third-party intermediaries sort of being the ones facilitating, how do they make their money? Is it all based on transactions, and then are they giving children rewards points or stars when they make trades and or invest in certain types of vehicles? Right? These are also considerations that we'll have to continue to watch as things evolve. But these are still TBD sort of as things progress.
Yeah, I think Melissa has the key point here is that the policy and policy design is the most important factor. Poverty is a policy choice. And on the other hand, I agree that financial literacy and financial capability is very important. Like Ray mentioned, the individual development account policy. So in that early stage, we incorporate financial education into the individual development accounts, and that does improve people's choice and behaviors. And on the other hand, in the Seed OK policy experiment, our research shows that these kind of accounts, these kind of policies really provide opportunity for people to apply their financial knowledge and have this opportunity to use their financial knowledge to advance their financial well-being. So in our data, we really show in the treatment group, those families, those mothers with financial knowledge, financial skills, they have better choice, they perform much better.
This is a fun thing because it's a cross section. I also work on banking and financial issues, but I do think this is a great point for as you're thinking about research and as a practitioner, whatever it is, that I think in baby bonds and also a lot of the state program, baby bonds, it's an omnibus structure where the families are not interacting with the accounts in this way. It's sort of being done in the background for them, right? We envisioned it it's sort of a hands-off thing that they get when they're when they're an adult. I think 529s, if you ever if you I don't know if 529 or whatever, you logged into these websites, it's a little bit clunky. You're not going in there and becoming a day trader, right? You choose your investment through a fund, and I think that's how it is. But I do think this is something to keep an eye on, right? Who are these companies that they're selecting to do that? How do they make money off of their customers? What kinds of things are they trying to entice people towards, and what kind of risks do we have to be careful about for these customers, right? Where we weren't envisioning them to kids being day traders or whatever it is, or on their app trading all day long. That is something to be worried about.
So we have 5 more minutes, and let's have 3 quick, short questions. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Lakeisha Niblett, and I am a Master of Social Work student at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Melissa, you briefly talked to the point of foster children not automatically being enrolled into these child accounts. One of my deep areas of interest is the child welfare system, and particularly reimagining what it looks like. My question is, what systems of accountability and tracking measures have been or are being considered to be put in place as it relates to child accounts and them being accessible to children who are in the foster care system?
Let's have all the questions asked first, so that way the panelists can answer all the questions. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth. I'm a master's student at Catholic University, concentrating in community organizing, administration, and policy practice. And my question is, in programs like this, where there is universal accessibility, there's often lots of criticism that people who don't, quote, need or deserve it are going to benefit from it. How do you challenge that and, assert that this does need to be universal for everyone?
Yes. My name is Matthew. I'm an educator at UNC Chapel Hill. This is more for you, Melissa. With Senator Cory Booker's father being from Hendersonville, North Carolina, and also being a North Carolina Central grad, how has Senator Booker's knowledge of his father's lived experience helped him to learn from the past, progress childhood, working class, family issues related to Black and brown youth, and asset building for things that he's advocated for or things that he wants to advocate for in the future? I ask because if we don't remember the past, we'll continue to repeat history. Thank you.
I think two of them were for
Yeah,
you,
two
Melissa.
of
so
them
you
are for
start.
you, Melissa.
Yeah,
Maybe you can go
I can
first.
I'll
answer
start with the
it
last
also.
one
Okay.
about. This is actually a story that I usually tell, but I wanted to keep my remarks short to talk to you guys. But Senator Booker, we're talking about his. I talked a little bit about Newark, but a little about his family. He tells the story way better than me, so go look it up if you can. But Senator Booker's father said he would tell Corey that he grew up like too poor for the last two letters of the word poor, right? And so poor that his parents couldn't care for him. So his grandparents ended up because they were in such like working poverty that his father was in the care of neighbors who just like took care of him and because they couldn't afford to house him and feed him, and his father, who grew up in those conditions in North Carolina, but like worked really hard through all of that. But when it came time to go to college, right? There's no 529 for him. There's nothing for him, right? He is growing up and he's working for a community. But it was his community members came together and through the church and through the community collected money to send him to college. His father was the first, obviously, in his family to go to college. And ended up becoming the first Black IBM salesman and executive, and ended up settling in D.C. where he met his mother. So I think like this personal connection to the issue of wealth and seeing how the generosity of a community propelled his family in several generations from sharecroppers to like this working poor family to United States senator and the fourth Black United States senator in history. Makes that story of wealth and the transformation it can make across generations so much more important to him. But the truth is, like, not every person has a community of people who can come around and do that. They very much don't, right? And it shouldn't be up to the generosity and and hard sacrifice of that entire of all working poor people to do that when we have an entire country who has the infrastructure and the capacity to do this. This is the job of a government, and this is thinking about why we have a generation today of such disaffected young people who feel that their government is not working for them, that it's not receptive to them. We're having the same problems that we've had for Senator Booker's father all the generations ago in North Carolina. But that was that one. The other question was about foster youth. And you're right. I think that there's, that we're deeply concerned about the lack of accountability there. I think all we have right now to track enrollment is like public statements read by Secretary Besson, and he said that a couple of weeks ago there's about 3 million, but we have like no insight into all of that. And I think this is a great point about accountability and just the way that these accounts are being rolled out and how we have deep concerns about. Again, I'm trying to say it in a nice way about enrollment, about who's going to have access to these accounts, who's going to use them. I kind of mentioned this in passing, but I just want to make a finer point. The one thing I said about usage of these accounts, and even though they're universality, but protecting against it just being something. I think the worst case scenario is that no one uses these accounts because people are not sophisticated enough or like not tracking this and are not enrolling. And then on the other end, it's not advantageous, like tax-wise. There's other accounts like 529s or Roths that are better for high wealth families to save because of these accounts that you have to pay capital gains at the end anyway. Maybe Ray can do a better job of explaining that. But I think, I think that is probably, nobody's going to care about this program because they're going to say no one enrolled in it. And why would we extend it when it's so expensive and we have other things to pay for, like undoing the cuts they made to healthcare and to SNAP and to Medicaid.
Universal is critical. I would just add that it's one of the design principles. It's also more durable if it's perceived as something that benefits all kids, whether it's in the classroom or culturally. Like Social Security, programs that reach everybody tend to have a longer political life. If the price we have to pay to getting low-income kids is that some higher-income families have them, then so be it. As Melissa said, they have other options. But yeah, I think it is probably the most fundamental principle is the universality. But we can't stop there. We have to also do additional deposits for low-wealth families.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you all for attending this panel, and we are so happy you are joining us here today to talking about this issue, and it shows you care about this policy. And let's also thank our panelists.
Yes, let's give the panelists a big round of applause. And let's give you guys, give yourselves a round of applause. I was really impressed by the questions. I don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys, asked some really great questions. So our next session will start at 1:30. It's going to be Young Social Workers Speak. So we added this to our Social Work Day on the Hill about 2 or 3 years ago, because we want to hear what young people, hear your professors all the time, and these astute scholars. I mean, they've earned respect for doing research for years, but we want young social workers. We want to hear from you. It's going to be a fascinating discussion. So please, hang out for a while. Meet somebody that you don't know. All right. I know half of you guys are from North Carolina. So there are some people in here who are not. And so meet somebody that you have not met before. We got enough snacks to last for days. So, take as much as you want. Juice. Yes, sir. Yeah, we got plenty of water. We got coffee. So, go out and just hang out for a little while. I thought that we'd have a break because you can network and meet some people. So again, thank you guys for a wonderful session. And we'll see you again at 1:30. 1:30 in the room.
Yeah, thank you so much, Melissa. That was wonderful. Yeah. Yeah, it's wonderful to learn Senator Booker's story. Okay.
not sitting. How long ago?
I don't know off the top of my head, I'm gonna be honest.
Morning session. Right. Testing. Yes, it's on. So I think this is going to be something really great. All right, and I'm sure our moderators engage with you guys in the audience at some point. But I'm going to get out of the way and let these young people do what they do. Valerie? Okay. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Valerie Arendt. She's the new executive director of the Society for Social Work Research. Swear. Right, so Valerie?
Thank you, Charles. So Charles asked me to come up here and make a few remarks, which I wrote down because this is my jam. So putting together research, policy, and practice is who I am. I am a political social worker, so shout out to all of the political social workers in the room. So I currently serve as the executive director of the Society for Social Work and Research, as Charles said. And before that, I was the executive director of the National Association of Social Workers North Carolina chapter. So shout out to, sorry, more shout out to North Carolinians. So I am honored to help set the stage for this Young Social Work Speaks panel, and which is going to be on the power in our democracy. So because in many of the rooms where policy decisions are made, decisions about our communities, our systems, and our profession are happening without the consistent presence of those who will live and work in that future the longest. This reflects a real dynamic in our field, a generational power asymmetry, where the voices most often heard are those of the deeply respected, seasoned scholars. And they have absolutely earned that influence. But young social workers, both in age and those new to the field, are essential to getting policy right. In my work as a political social worker and lobbyist, I often engage with policymakers who do not share the values or assumptions of our profession. I didn't walk into those rooms with authority, and I was not able to control their votes. What I relied on instead was influence. One framework that shaped my approach is the Cohen-Bradford influence without authority model. And if you have not heard of this model, that is not unusual because it's often taught in business schools and not in schools of social work. At its core, it reminds us that influence is not about power, it's about understanding what others value and finding alignment. That has real implications for young social workers in policy areas. The first pillar of the model is assume everyone is a potential ally. Even policymakers whose positions are fundamentally at odds with social work often care deeply about something we care about: family stability, mental health, and as we talked about this morning, economic opportunity. Our job is not to dismiss them, but to understand them. That is person and environment applied to policy. Young social workers are especially strong here. You are closer to communities, closer to emerging challenges, and more attuned to how policies are actually playing out right now. That proximity helps you see alignment others may miss. And the second part of the model is be clear about goals, both theirs and your goals. As a social worker, we focus on equity and evidence. Policymakers may be focusing on re-election and fiscal constraints. Influence begins when we stop assuming opposition and start understanding motivation. Young professionals bring a critical lens, and you are navigating these systems in real time and understand both the urgency and implementation. Third is for you to understand your currency or what you have to offer. Advocacy isn't just asking for something, it's an exchange. Young social workers bring powerful currency, current practice insights, data literacy, and a clear view of where systems are working and where they are not. And you bring credibility with the communities most impacted because you are working alongside them every day. And finally, relationships matter. The biggest policy wins I've seen didn't come from the perfect argument, they came from trust built over time. In North Carolina, it took us 3 years to pass the Social Work Licensure Compact, But when it passed unanimously, and that's because of the sustained relationship building across difference. Yes, you can clap. Thank you. Young social workers are not only capable of building those relationships at the local, state, and federal level. I recognize we are in our nation's capital right now, but most of this work happens at the local and the state level. You are uniquely positioned to do so in a moment that demands collaboration. So what does that mean for us? If policy is shaped only by those with decades of experience, we risk designing systems for a past that no longer exists. If policy is shaped only by those with young social workers are not just the future leaders, you are current stakeholders. Your perspectives are not optional, they are essential. So my call to action is simple. To the leaders, make space, not symbolically, but meaningfully, and to young social workers, don't wait. Your perspective is not a liability. It is your greatest source of influence. Because the future of social work policy should not just be decided for young professionals, it must be shaped by them. Thank you so much. So I'm so excited to pass things over to our moderators, Ava and Becca. Thank you so much.
Valerie. All right, I can go ahead and get us started off, but hi everyone. My name is Becca Wong. I'm from San Francisco, and I am a proud two-time Michigan alumni, both for my MSW and for undergrad. Go Blue. I am currently a research scientist at New York University, and I am going to be beginning my PhD there in the fall. My research focus is on gender-based violence, particularly looking at social identity and how that shapes avenues to healing and justice for those who have experienced sexual violence. My social work practice is rooted in restorative justice and abolition, and I'm particularly interested in the conversation between research and policy, and how rigorous research reflects lived experiences to shape evidence-based policy. This is my fourth CRISP conference now. I first attended as an MSW student, and then followed as an award recipient, which we'll be having our reception tonight. My third year, I came as a board member, and I now serve as the board VP, and I will be leading this conversation with us today. So I'm really honored to be in this space here with all of you and to be in conversation with these young social workers. So incredibly important. For our conversation today, we're going to be talking about building and sustaining a functional multiracial democracy amidst increasing United States polarization. We're in a time period right now that feels like a step backwards in our progress towards an equitable democratic society where the consolidation of executive power is on full display. And this is why social work voices matter. Democracy is theoretically a political system in which power resides in its people through freely elected representatives. But this is a theoretical framework for shared power. What does it look like to share power when the foundation of our country was never built on equality? The foundation of our country's makeup was inherently power asymmetric. We're a nation of immigrants. We built this country on stolen land, and our country's socio-political infrastructure, history, and systems were shaped by slavery and racism. These power dynamics cannot be ignored in our current democracy today. Democracy raises the critical question of who has power and who does not, who is represented and who is not. Democracy in theory suggests equal or fair representation, but the reality of our country is one of incredible diversity through race, sex, ability, class, immigration, age, and more. But these are not our weaknesses. These are our strengths of our country. So now I want to bring our panelists into this conversation to hear their perspectives on what it means, what democracy looks like in their communities, what power asymmetry means, and what role social workers can play in advocating for a more fair and equitable future. So we'll start off with some introductions. We'll start at this side. We'll start with Ava, if that's okay, and we'll make our way down the line. But I'd love to hear from our panelists of who you are, where you're coming in from, what power asymmetry means to you, and what it means in the context of the community that you work in. So I'll go ahead and hand.
Hi.
I am Ava Toomer. I am a policy and advocacy professional that works in economic mobility policy. Actually, the morning panel is what my organization advocates for: direct cash access, wraparound supports. So I'm here today actually not as a panelist, but as a discussant for the panel. I will be listening to folks today, bringing in my own perspective a little bit as a Howard University educated social worker, and a little bit of my background in critical post-colonial theory. I received a degree in comparative literature and society from Columbia University, and so that perspective also guides a lot of how I approach social work with a more abolitionist, radical perspective. So I'm really excited to hear what everyone here.
Hey y'all, my name is Jane Cook. I am from Chapel Hill in North Carolina, master's social work, but focus more so on community engagement and just program development. I got my I'm getting my MSW currently, so I'm both here as a participant and a speaker. But for my undergrad, I got my degree in social work as well, BSW, but I also minored in human and family development and the African American diaspora studies. So I'm trying to see about how all these different pieces come together and really look within the social work field and how we can engage one another.
My name is Paige Loud. I am here from Maine. I'm an MSW student at the University of Maine. I'll be graduating in May. And I'm also recently on the ballot for Congress in Maine's 2nd Congressional District. Thank you so much. When Charles asked me to be on this panel, I was really excited because I have so many insights into the asymmetrical power that comes with democracy as a social worker running for office right now. You know, I'm running against 3 very established men, and I have a lens that I'm able to bring to these conversations that none of them have. I have stories firsthand from sitting at kitchen tables and in hospital bedrooms, and so I was very excited to be here, and especially in Maine, the asymmetry we see with democracy. I'm from a district that spans 27,000 square miles, and it covers 95% of the land mass in Maine, and that has the same population as the other 5%. And so it's a lot of people across a really big area, and a lot of them are not represented equally. And so I'm very happy to be here and talk to you all.
I guess me. Hello, my name is Ashley Singh. I am from Kennesaw State University. I'm from Georgia. I'm getting my MSW from Kennesaw State. I also got my undergrad from Kennesaw State in Human Services. I have a minor in sociology and child advocacy studies. What were the other questions? I'm sorry.
What does power asymmetry mean?
What does power mean? Power asymmetry mean to me? From what I've seen, especially in the education field, there's gaps. There's gaps in the education field, like the haves and have-not. For example, if you went to private school or if you went to public school, or even like different like literature books. I've seen a lot because I'm trying to be a school social worker, and it's different going into different communities in like rural communities like Rome City schools or going into Marietta City schools. It's interesting seeing the divide in the funding. So that's the lens that I'll probably bring into.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emily Karsha. I'm currently a dual degree MSW MPA student at Columbia University. I try to find myself in the intersection of social work and international finance and economics. So like morning's topics were very much up my alley, so I was glad to see that programming. My background's kind of more in nonprofit capacity building, so how do we build the industry that we all are kind of working in or going to be working in. So I'll probably bring that lens there, bringing up how to build the community and the capacity of what we are doing itself. And yeah.
Thank you to all our panelists. As you can see, we have such a wide variety of perspectives. Really important that we have social workers, young social workers at the forefront of these conversations. I'd love to dive into this theme of theoretical democracy and looking back at the history of our country founded on white men, white land-owning men. They created a system that was designed to promote and support them without keeping in mind what the future of our country could look like. This was created, as I mentioned, theoretically, and so we didn't know what it would look like 250 years later. Now, today, social workers are embedded in communities and work with very, very diverse communities. There's a lot of harm that we're seeing happen today at the hands of our administration and in our communities, and yet a lot of this harm is legal. So I'd love to hear from our panelists on your perspective of our democracy today. Is our democracy failing, or is it operating as it was designed to? And I'd like to start off with Paige, if that's okay. If you could talk about your perspective as someone who is running for Congress, what does that look like today, especially in your reflections on voter representation, and what does that look like in your community? And then we'll pass it to the rest of the panelists as well.
Yeah, so Maine is the oldest state by age in the country. Our median age somewhere in the 40s. It's part of why I moved there from Oklahoma. I'm a gerontologist. What I love working with older adults. And so, you know, what we're seeing in Maine, we're seeing a system that was designed this way, and it's failing perfectly. You know, our healthcare system is on the verge of collapse. As the oldest nation, we don't have people coming in to take up those spaces. Workers, specifically the care workers, are at. And so Maine has a very cool legislature. It's a citizens legislature, so it's all part-time. And so in Maine, I would actually say our democracy is very representative. We have strict term limits. Every person that's in Congress right now has a second, or in our state legislative Congress, has a second job in the community. Most of them are like lawyers. They're older white men that have kind of worked their way up. But there's a lot of representatives that we have that are young. We have a large Somali immigrant population in Maine, and they make up a big portion of our legislature. I think what I see from the federal government, and the reason I decided to run for office, is we don't have a ton of representatives who are in people's homes right now. And so when you go to a town hall, you know, normally you might have a constituent make kind of a complaint about their current situation. But I can bring that full lens. They're not going to hold back whenever I'm at their kitchen table and I'm filling out those applications with them, or I'm having those hard conversations. And so when I've talked to Mainers, when I've sat down and had these conversations about what kind of policies we need to be fixing, what kind of work I can fight for in Washington, a lot of it comes down to having that like humanist lens. It's not all about dollars for me. It's really, you know, I see firsthand my clients are not getting the correct access to food, healthcare, and housing. Our healthcare system is on the verge of collapse. Without our immigrants, we would not have that. And so when I think about democracy and I see it failing so successfully here in Washington, it's a little disappointing that it was designed this way. It was designed for women and minorities to not be represented. And that's partly why I think you should all run for office, so we can be represented. We need younger voices specifically in office. We need people that know how to open PDFs. We need people that we need people that understand all of this like lingo that most of our representatives don't. And so I see a really big lack of representation for younger people in Congress right now, and minorities as well. And so. Yeah.
I'll have a couple points I want to dive into later, but I would love to hear from the other panelists, and then we'll circle back. Jade, would you like to share?
Yeah, I definitely think that we are operating in the way democracy was designed to operate. I think our current structure echoes hope, but how it's been structured is very intentional in creating that diverse power system that we see today. So these elements that are really at play for how people engage are intentionally set up to be very difficult, and that with these power differentials and these barriers to access, we have to really embody that echo of hope of what the structure could look like to engage well, to be real social workers within the field. But I also don't want us to be ignorant about the fact that we have all of these power structures in play to prevent us from doing the work, and how we operate like in the space between that.
Jade. I love what you shared about the echoes of hope, and I think we can cling to that as we think about the role of social workers in the future of our democracy. Ashley, would you like to share?
Come back to me.
Okay,
Sorry.
So my opinion is similar, but a little bit different from a couple other panelists. So I think coming in the past years, I realized I'm kind of a super hopeful optimist. I really try to kind of view everything that way, which has its costs and its benefits, I know. But I really do believe that while the system was originally rigged and is still very rigged today, and like they mentioned, there are many barriers, I really do believe that there are systems in place that we can get rid of those barriers, that there are ways that we can go around it. And I kind of think of it like democracy is kind of like a car. Like you have to constantly tune it up. If you wait until the check engine light's on, like you're already gone. Like you can't, you're kind of past the time of like fixing it really without costing a lot of money in the garage, right? So you have to constantly be not taking it for granted and being aware of like what is happening and constantly being involved with it. You have to like going back to the car example, you have to know your car, you have to know what it sounds like, you have to be aware of it and what's happening, and that's how you keep bad actors from putting more and more barriers in place and trying to kind of, not defeat's not the word, but release some of the other barriers that are in there from the theoretical beginnings of the Constitution and things like that.
I want to hear more other opinions before I say something, because like I want to try and gather, because in my mind, I think democracy is not doing so well, in my mind, or at least from what I'm seeing, because like I know for young people, what's the point of voting? What's the point of my vote? Why would it matter? So that's why I don't think it's going out as well. But I do understand a lot of people are on social media. A lot of people are on TikTok. So if we could maybe like encourage or help young people see like, hey, like in the local votes, my voice does matter. So in a nonprofit I used to work for, Yale's Youth Empowerment Using Leading, Learning, and Service, our students would go out into the community, see what needs to be fixed, see what needs to be changed, and they'll go out to their like representatives. And I'm like, that's impressive. And it encourages them to go out, to speak out, to keep going forward. And my hope is to try and like bring that summer to Kennesaw so we can try and get more of our like voices heard and more stuff changed. So in my mind, the system is very broken, but if we can at least empower and encourage people, it can be fixed.
Yeah, I hear you hearing a lot, similarly to what Jade said, of echoing that hope. And what does that look like for young people to engage in a democracy that wasn't built for them? And how are we kind of stepping into a new era of democracy or bringing that forward? I'd love to talk about the communities that you all work with. As social workers, the whole point of our role is to have an ear to the ground and to be elevating the lived experiences of those communities. And so as we're talking about these very power asymmetric landscapes, how does your community navigate or acknowledge the ways that power is or is not shared? And what are some of the dominant narratives that show up, or some of the disruptive narratives that you are advocating for? And so we'll go in reverse order this time, if that's okay. Emily, would you want to share?
Yeah, I'd say a lot of the communities I work with on the ground, so I will admit we're all still students. I've only had a few years in the realm of like working on the ground directly with clients. I've been more kind of management level roles. So last year I worked in a practicum in the Bronx in New York City, kind of in a school setting. So it was really interesting to see how the power disparities between like just being in the Bronx versus like being in Manhattan, being like at different universities versus working with kids who had like chronic absences in schools, those types of power disparities. And I think a lot of what the narratives that we have to fight against, like again, coming just from this one practicum experience, was this idea that like the students don't want to be there because like it's their own ill will or their own intention, and trying to bring to light that there are other factors that are barring some of these students from like either getting to school, reasons why they might be scared to come to school, given certain cultural or immigration statuses, things like that, that were not necessarily being played out in the mainstream or even in some of the like admin roles within the school system, and just not having that fuller picture of like what are the actual barriers and how do we not necessarily just blame the student or blame the parents as to, you know, that ill will.
Yeah, that's such a valuable perspective, and I think also speaks to the importance of what our field placements and our practicums mean in our education. It's our opportunity to see what the real world looks like while we're still learning and building those social work skills. And I think that's also such a valuable perspective that social workers look at students holistically of what needs are not being met rather than what punitive nature needs to be taken, because students are not having ill will when they don't want to come to school. There's probably needs that aren't being met, and so it's really important for social workers to be part of that conversation.
To piggyback off of what she was saying, one of the biggest issues that Rome City Schools is facing right now is transportation. There's a strong lack of transportation. Yes, we have the buses, but it's a wide range of like students that are in Rome City Schools. There's Floyd County, and then there's Rome City Schools. Whatever Floyd County doesn't take, everybody gets filtered into Rome City Schools. So our buses are having a hard time trying to figure out, oh, I can't use this stop because there's a light, or there's a stop sign, we can't go there because blocking traffic and what have you. So it's hard for our students to reach out there. Or in other cases, the older siblings are taking care of the younger siblings, so they don't go to school because their parents have to work and they can't afford childcare, so they're just taking care of their siblings. And that was something I was not aware of. I was not prepared to see that for when I did a couple of my home visits. I was like, what are some ways we can help? What are some other low-cost child care services? We're still trying to find a nonprofit, but it was interesting to look into.
Yeah, it's such a good reminder of how important public transportation is, and especially as we're hearing about the parentification of children and siblings taking care of each other, a reminder of how important our care ecosystems are outside of just parents.
Support systems.
Exactly. It takes a village. I wanted to pass it over to this side if you wanted to share a little bit.
Yeah. So most of the work that I've done is working with the unhoused population, whether that be with youth in runaway, homeless, DSS custody, to adults who need transitional housing in that setting. I feel like being in that space, for sure, you really see how the trickle-down effect of our system impacts people in a very severe kind of way, whether it be housing and not being able to afford housing, because it only takes an instance for you to be able to become unhoused, whether you are deciding between paying your house and your rent or a medical bill for your child. We see the results happening to our families and the lack of support within our democracy and our current system to engage with those issues that are very real for people. So yeah, that would be the biggest thing that I've really seen within communities, and how it impacts not only at a system level, but at an interpersonal level, and how people start to really take on the burdens that they experience in those spaces.
Really important. And Paige,
Yeah. So my first practicum was in hospice work, and so I did a full year of hospice social work. I was really lucky. I bullied my professor into letting me do it for my BSW, and I fell in love with it. Like I said, I work with older adults. During that time, I took on a role as a director of a shared living provider for adults who have intellectual disabilities. And so I traveled all across the district. I was in charge of making sure if you haven't heard of the structure, it's home and community-based services. That is what adults who had intellectual disabilities after the 1996 Act, that's what they were provided, a home, community-based service. They can get all of the services they need, not in an institution. And so my job was finding them homes with providers. Some people call it like adult foster care. And it changed my whole view on the world. It changed my brain chemistry, working with adults with intellectual disabilities. The lack of a valued societal role that they experience is heartbreaking. You know, some of them have autism, and they are perfectly capable to go and get a job, and they do, and it's great. A lot of the clients I worked with were not able to get jobs. And so they were told constantly, whether that was at school or by their family, friends, you know, you're going to be on all of the welfare services forever. You're not going to be able to succeed at anything on your own. And my whole job was making sure I could improve their quality of life. You can't do that much whenever you don't have the funds, specifically from the federal government. You don't have the funds. You know, all of their services are taken care of by Medicaid funding. And if you've seen Maine in the news, we've had a lot of that cut recently due to this administration. And so my view on my community, I've worked in such a rural area and with older adults who are left behind and they can't pull themselves up by a bootstrap. They're physically unable to in a lot of cases. But also, you know, as many organizations as we have, as many funding bills that go through the State House, we're still never pulling any of them out of poverty. They still have Social Security caps. A lot of my clients would only have $10 a week of spending money. One of the best stories about my clients, she loved Taylor Swift and wanted to go to one of her shows so bad, she had $10 a week of spending money. And so I had to have that hard conversation of you could save every $10 you get for the next 2 years and you would not be able to afford a ticket. And that sucks. It sucks, and that's, you know, that's why I made this decision to do this, is I really think there's a lot of populations that we don't even think about in these conversations. And that's one of them. And so that is my population of choice. That's why I'm running for office. You know, one of my clients was a former patient in an institution. She got out in 1997, and she's in her 60s now. And whenever this current president got reelected, her first question at one of our care meetings was, will she be back in Pineland, which was originally named the Maine School for the Feeble-Minded. And I looked at her and I was like, I'll be 6 feet under before you are back in an institution. And so right now what I see in our democracy, I see this, I see them trying to put people who are not valued members of society back into places where they are ignored and they're able to kind of pass away without any thought.
Yeah. Wow. Such an important perspective to share. And I love hearing from all of you and the different populations you work with and the different narratives that social workers bring forth, kind of these countercultural narratives when I think about social work, I think about an alternative perspective to some of these more non-dominant or more dominant narratives that unhoused people, quote unquote, can't help themselves, or they're choosing not to get a job when that's never the case, or that people don't have the agency or autonomy to be able to help themselves, when the role of social workers is to be able to give them a boost for them to have their own empowerment and agency to live fulfilling lives as we all do. When I think about kind of the dominant narrative right now, it feels like a lot of the time when people don't want to deal with something that's hard or a conversation that's uncomfortable, they feel like putting that community or that person away will just solve the problem. And a lot of my perspectives come from abolition in the prison system. A problem doesn't go away when you choose to incarcerate someone. That person often is acting from harm because they themselves have unhealed trauma that they're not able to reconcile with, take accountability for, or repair that harm. And so putting people in institutions or prison systems doesn't make the problem go away, it just exacerbates the cycle. And so I really see the role of social work as so important to be part of that conversation, to value the dignity and human worth of the dignity of every person, and the agency and autonomy of communities and individuals. And so I want to turn it over to all of you to see your perspectives on what role do young people and young social workers have in upholding these values of equity in a democratic way. We've heard from the different communities you work with, but what role or actionable things do you feel like young social workers or young people can take in upending these narratives? So we've gone this way, we've gone this way. Does anyone want to speak first, or I can choose someone?
I don't mind going first.
Okay, let's hear it.
Part of the reason I decided to run, I take all of my clients to the Capitol at least once. And so in October, I had 18 clients. They all had intellectual disabilities, varying levels. And it was a goal of mine to make sure each of them got to go to the Capitol with me at least once during our time together so they could advocate for themselves in whatever way that looks like. So I'm very lucky. I live in a state that has a citizens legislature, so you can touch your representatives literally. And so I was able to get them in the room and be able to speak for themselves, even if they needed a little bit of help with that. And I think that's something that a lot of older social workers don't do, right? Because they're used to being really, really full, really, really busy, not thinking outside the box. Like, they're like, we need to get our notes done. We need to get this filed in so we can get reimbursed. And you don't get a lot of reimbursement for going out of your way and spending a whole day with someone at the Capitol. And so being creative in our advocacy, going outside the box, taking your clients to do something maybe they're scared to death to do, not only empowers them, but it empowers you. You can look back and go, wow, it was really cool that I was able to bring a voice to, the cost of living adjustment bill. That, I can advocate for it all day long, but whenever those legislators see someone that's directly impacted by those cuts, it's not my job that's being impacted, it's her actual life. Without the cost of living adjustment, her caregiver's hours will be cut short. She'll have extra needs come up, and it gets you in that place where if you're not having your needs met, that's whenever you resort to violence or crime. And that's not often the case with my population, but it's something I talk about a lot. We have these inalienable rights to food, housing, and healthcare. And without having access to food, housing, and healthcare, we're more likely to go down a path of crime or doing something that we maybe shouldn't do or isn't legal, because we have to meet those needs somehow. You're more likely to commit a crime. You're more likely to do something that's maybe not societally acceptable if you're not having your basic needs met. And I think as young social workers, that has to be our number one advocacy project among our lives, inside and outside of social work, is just making sure that the people we're working with, the people we know, the people we love, our friends and family, have those basic needs met. And so specifically with that population, there's a lot to be said about who has a valued role in society and what you can do to be a valued member of society. And I think young social workers have an opportunity to expand that frame and let people know that everyone has a valued role in society. It might not be making money, it might be making art, and that's okay. And it's our job to make sure our clients and greater society understand that not everyone is born to make profit.
And it's such an important reminder of these inalienable rights to food, housing, and healthcare. These are issues that we've seen become political currency and get tossed around on both sides of our democracy right now. And so it's such an important reminder that when these needs aren't being met, that is when people act from a place of harm, or people act from a place of unhealed harm or needs not being met, because everyone deserves to have these things. And so I think it's really important to have that as a part of the conversation too, is just the foundation of where we have to start.
Yeah. As young social workers and how we engage, I think highlighting, we are in a very political profession, and kudos to all of us who are in this room who chose to be here, and those who will continue to come after us about how we are intentionally doing the hard work of being the boots on the ground and then being the microphones in the room as well. I think how we can really engage of just embodying what social work is and just trying to answer the call and do our best to do so. I didn't say, as young social workers, we're still trying to get some experience, but we have a lot of value, kind of like how you mentioned earlier. I think just embracing the impact of being human and how we can be human within our social work spaces, because we're all trying to do this for the betterment of each other, and having that be remembered and recognized in all of our spaces.
Yes. It is so important to have social workers at the table. And Ava and I were having a conversation about this earlier of what if it's not a table that we want to be a part of? What if it's a conversation that's moving in a direction that doesn't feel like it aligns with social work values? And what does it mean to be the social worker or be the social work voice at the table? And so it's, an important reflection. Thank you, Jade.
I would also like to mention, me as a young social worker, it's hard for me to understand that I actually earned my spot at this table. I have severe imposter syndrome, right now. I'm speaking, I'm actually doing this, I'm explaining to y'all my story or my perspective on how I see things. I feel like for a lot of like young social workers, I don't know if they believe that they're confident enough or they should have a seat at a table because like I'm still new. There's still a lot of experience I need to learn, I need to understand. But my experience, what I've seen, what I'm learning still has value. And trying to have the confidence to actually sit up here and speak is honestly something I'm very impressed that I'm doing, actually. Very impressed. And that's made me very vulnerable because I'm really nervous, which is why I can't think straight. And another thing that I've also noticed, in social work, I tend to focus on the needs of my people, the needs of my client. I want to help them, but I also need to understand the other side. I need to bridge that gap. I also forgot to mention, I'm also in the MBA because I'm doing too much. I'm doing 2 masters, yay. It's fine, it's nothing really. But it's trying to understand the business side, trying to understand how to get those stakeholders to like, hey, I see where you're coming from. This can help me in what way? And I can still help my people, but I'm still understanding the other side if I can bridge that gap. If younger social workers can also understand how to bridge that gap, to build those connections, to get those connections, building those boots on the ground type of deal, it can make things a lot more easier and less polarized in my mind. That's how I see it as.
Yeah. I think one of the most valuable lessons that I learned throughout my MSW was learning about who's these stakeholders, who's at the table, what does that infrastructure look like, who's in conversation with each other, who's invited to the table, who's making a table. And I think that in the business sector, they're not afraid to have those conversations. And that conversation really needs to be a part of the social work conversation too. And so that's such a valuable, important perspective as well.
It is hard sitting in that table though.
Yes.
I am learning.
And sometimes you have to make your own invitation or make your own table.
Which can be very intimidating sometimes, but it disrupts the status quo, which I'm fine with.
Emily?
For me, as a young social worker, I find that at least in my cohort, in my university, and people that I am with, sometimes the conversation around, like even becoming political as a social worker, like in like your day-to-day with your clients, is kind of like a big no-no. Like, you know, we shouldn't be talking about certain things, or we shouldn't be, we should be aware of how we're phrasing things, obviously, so we're not like biasing people, but also like having those conversations around even what's going on politically is sometimes either like frowned upon via the like organization that you're in, or maybe the university that you're in, or whatever setting you're in with your clients. And I really try to encourage my fellow like classmates to push back on that. I try really hard to get people to go to their practicum supervisors and like start the conversation there about like what is their organization like talking about, and what are the rules around like politics in the workplace, and like how can you not obviously like not swaying people, but like how do you give your clients facts about what is happening? How do you help them bridge like what is accurate information out there? Because I've told you I worked with kids, but I also worked with adults with intellectual disabilities as well prior to my MSW, and a lot of what we talked about with them was like, how do you get them civically engaged? How do you make like a voting plan for them? Because a lot of the time people don't think about that, but they're all eligible to vote. They all can vote. There's no reason why they shouldn't be. And it's interesting sometimes where we kind of, in our own like social work day-to-day lives, we kind of forget that we should also be encouraging civic engagement with our clients, even like at the kid level. So like with the, oops, I keep forgetting that that's there. Even with like our students, like if they had a day off because their school was like a voting place, like what does that mean to you? What does it mean that your school is a voting place? What's gonna happen now that you are not in school, but everyone else is coming to your school? And then also trying to get them to kind of form, you know, like either like little student governments or like things that where they can advocate for themselves and begin to learn that civic duty while they're in school, while we are working with them, while they have people they can be encouraging for them, who can ask them questions, where they can give them like straightforward facts about like, this is just the process and here's what you do and here's how it goes. Yeah, so I think for me, like as a young social worker, like my way of trying to encourage us is just like talking to our other social workers, because I think we kind of forget sometimes that we need to be advocating for others to be involved in the process as well as ourselves in this process.
Thank you, Emily. I love hearing the examples of encouraging students and young people to practice their own civic engagement and what does that democracy mean to you. And I think it's a good exercise and example for what it feels like to be equally represented or to be represented by one of your peers, and what that looks like at the younger age. Those are young social workers, and what that looks like as we come into the real voting arena. So it's such an important reminder. And leads me to my next question, which is, as we're thinking about this vision for a world with less or without power asymmetry, what are you doing in your community to move the needle in that direction? How do you see democracy prevailing in these diverse societies, and what are some tangible actions that we can share for how to make this reality possible? Should we start at this end? Should we start with Jade?
Sure. A lot of questions. Just trying to think.
Take your time.
Yeah, how we can empower our communities. I feel like just being vulnerable and being honest about everything that's going on, like sitting in the emotions that people are having going through the system is really important. I feel like within working with like the homeless community or the unhoused population, just if you're willing to sit and just have that conversation and then move forward that way and be active on it, and then just keeping your word as a social worker to your clients as well. I found that for me is like the biggest thing of how I can not only hold me accountable but our systems. So I know that I'm actually doing what I said I was going to do and engaging well for the benefit of the people. And then bringing them along with me, how you mentioned earlier, like you can't do this without people and you can't work for people without having the conversations. And I don't want us to ever miss that whenever we're doing the work with people. So just, I don't know, just bring everyone up.
I love that.
Yeah.
No, you have to be very honest with your clients about what's going on in the world. Because they know it, they're seeing it on the news, they're hearing it in their group chats, whatever the case may be. And you know, a good example, whenever the SNAP shutdown happened in October, I don't know if that was nationwide. I know Maine, we got rocked by it. Federal government said, you're not getting any money, we're tired of your governor, you're not getting it. And so we got an email, and I had 18 clients, 15 of them were SNAP recipients. And I had to have that conversation with 15 varying levels of disabilities and caregivers that I don't know how your money's gonna come next month. And I know that you live 30 minutes from a Medicare, or I know you live 30 minutes from a food bank, and your transportation is not covered to go there because it's not a Medicare covered location. Luckily the money did come, so they all got their food, but having that conversation over and over again, like I had to be very honest why they weren't getting the money. You know, it's not my fault, it's not my job's fault, it's not my agency's fault. It's the federal government. The federal government has made you a pawn in this game they're playing. And it makes them angry, as it should. They should be upset they're being used as pawns. And that's really any vulnerable population. They're being used as pawns. And so A, you all should run for office. You should run for federal office, local office, school boards, do all the things. You know, no one's going to speak for us. I've found in my position, I'm the least qualified to run for Congress. But whenever I go to these town halls with these 3 other men who are more qualified than me, I'm the only one that can answer questions about what's actually happening in people's lives. And that's because I'm the only one that only made 50 grand a year before I quit my job to do this, right? They're all making hundreds of thousands. They've been in government for decades. They have millions of dollars. They've worked in Capitol Hill before. And our populations, our society, our voters, they see that. They see that I don't have to rely on statistics that I heard from my, staff. I can tell them real stories about real people that I interact with on a daily basis. And we need our voices in the room. We have to be in the room. Even if you don't want to run for office, you should be volunteering for campaigns. You should be working on campaigns. You should be working in Capitol Hill, because our perspective is the most important perspective in my, when they call us a change agent, when you first get into social work, make it mean something. And so you have to push back the status quo. You have to walk into rooms you're not welcome in. I am not welcome in this race. I barely got the signatures. We had to get 1,000 signatures to get on the ballot, and I have not made the hundreds of thousands of dollars that my competitors have. But I was still able to get that because I had so many volunteers who were bought into the idea that a social worker's voice matters and a social worker can make a change that they can't. I'm going up against a state auditor and a state senator who are lawyers, and then a rich dude. And whenever my community members hear from me, they hear like real stories that they can relate to. They understand that we can't afford groceries anymore, that the healthcare system's collapsing. We have one birthing center in my entire 27,000-mile district. And that has gone down from 6 in the last 2 years. And so these are all things that anyone can talk about, but social workers really understand. Anyone can just say we're losing birthing centers, but social workers, we can come in and we can explain how that affects not just mothers, right? That affects the entire family, that affects businesses, that affects entire towns. And so go be political and go into rooms where you're not welcome because they're not going to want you in a room. Most of us join social work because we've come from some kind of background that led us to this kind of work, right? Whether you grew up in poverty or you grew up as a vulnerable population. And those are the most important stories you can have. And so if we're all sitting at the table, we don't have to only rely on people who don't understand telling our stories. We can tell the stories, and you all should be in rooms where you can tell the stories and just make your way in the room. Tell them you're going to be in there regardless of whether they want you to be or not. So that's my biggest advice.
It's so interesting hearing you talk about your positionality as the quote-unquote least qualified, because to me, as from a social work perspective, you would be the most qualified because you're most in touch with the lived experience of the constituents that you'd want to serve compared to your other candidates. So I think all the more reason for a social worker to be in the room.
It's a little crazy. Look, there's only two, they're going to be at the awards dinner tonight, I'm assuming, but there's only 2 social workers in Congress right now. And if we had 435 of us in there, we could turn this shit around real quick. And so
really, really quick. Would you like to share?
That was a lot of great points. I guess the only thing that I would want to jump in on, it's me trying to be in the business field, especially trying to have that seat at that table, just trying to understand the constituents. That can probably help get things to move along, because if people can buy into what I'm saying and hey, this can actually work out, it wouldn't be as much of sandpaper of people trying to get things to move along because they'll already be bought into it. Or another thing, I know most young folks don't believe in does my vote really matter type of deal. And we can tell people we should vote and what have you, but it's also about doing the research, the extra 5, 10, 30 minutes about what does this policy mean? What does this policy going to affect me? How is this policy going to affect me? For example, there was a grant that Kennesaw had, the DOE grant or the Department of Education grant. That was funding a good chunk of my tuition to go into rural communities and understand what these schools need. The issue is with DOE being cut, I lost that grant, and so I lost my funding. I'm still serving my population of rural city schools, but now we don't have that extra support. So me driving out there, it's a lot. It's a lot on gas. So trying to advocate hey, this was actually a really good grant that was helping a very vulnerable population that needs the help, that needs the assistance. So bringing that out there and sharing those stories, that can help bring back the grant funding that is needed. That kind of thing.
Yeah, I really resonate with that.
Just to add, I agree with everything the panelists have been saying. Just more of the tangible steps part, I think was part of the question too, is I think sometimes as social workers, we do so much already. And now us up here, young social workers, we're asking you guys to do even more. We're asking you to run for office, which you should. And we are asking you to do all these extra things in the workday and take the 5-10 minutes to research, which sometimes even I'm I don't want to do that, but we should. And I think just within that is 2 things. One, finding the small wins in that, because I know sometimes in the office space, you just need one good win and that will complete you for the day. So if you can have one conversation with a client about it, just count it as your win and go from there. And then also I know, I was saying in my practicum, I know for some classes, because there's a lot of students here, you usually have to go to like some community meeting or something for like one class. You have to go to like just one of them and you write your little report about it. What I try to advocate for is like them and my supervisor for my practicum. I'm like, okay, hey, I went to this one community meeting and I learned this much stuff. And I want you to now like let me go to all of them because this is really important. And like our clients are being affected by what's happening here. And like you should be, you know, counting my hours as going to this like every week because this is where the community is happening. This is when things are happening. So like advocating for yourself in your practicum and in your organization, I think is a really, one, just needed in general, but also like an easier way to like tangibly make some of these things happen in like the workplace or wherever you are.
Yeah, that's a really good example of having an ear to the ground and being in those spaces and bringing those perspectives up to people who can really affect those decisions. My last question before I turn it over to our discussant, Ava, to give us a little summary, and then we'll turn it over to you all for Q&A. I would love to hear, as we're talking about, you know, who's in the room, who's at the table, it's really important to center cross-sector collaboration. And as social workers, it's inherently interdisciplinary. And so we work with people from all different sectors, all different types of colleagues. What questions or call to action would you want to share with policymakers, advocates, or representatives in this field? What kind of asks can we make as social workers? What perspectives do we want to bring forward to the table? And what can we ask of them? Or representatives like future Representative Paige?
Paige Loud, LOUD.
I can help with that one. I think asking the biggest ask. I don't think we are outrageous enough with what we're doing. If the policy that we're up against is as outrageous as it is, and we are still having it pass and impact people in a very significant way, if we can't shoot for the bare minimum, shoot for the top, you can only land somewhere in the middle. So, like, being a little bit more radical in how we are operating and just like being extra bold in it. I think that's something we could do.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. It feels like sometimes people want to play a little bit more moderate politics so that they can have more negotiating chips at the table, but I do think you're right. We need to make the audacious ask and ask for really what's the bare minimum. And so I think that these radical asks aren't as radical as people think they are. So it's important to bring those.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. The Overton window has shifted so much in the last 10 years, right? And so if you don't know what the Overton window is, I'm not going to go into like a big philosophical thing, but what we're asking for right now like feels like outrageous, right? It feels like so much, but right now with how far we've moved and this administration has got away with so much harm for all of our populations, like they don't want to call us professionals anymore. We have to get a master's degree, an unpaid practicum, and they don't want to call us professionals anymore. It's ridiculous. And so, you know, you have this Overton window, you have to ask for the bare minimum. And the bare minimum is making sure those inalienable rights are met. But you have to be willing to be aggressive. You have to be willing to walk into a room and know you're the most qualified person to talk about your population because you're the only one that goes into their house every day. You're going into houses where it might be a whole family and they're in poverty and there's, it smells like cat urine or whatever, but you're in there and you're listening to them and you take everything they say seriously and they recognize that. And so when we can go in these rooms with powerful people and we can say, no, you have to listen to me because I carry the story of 100 other people. And that's what we are. We're storytellers. We carry other people's trauma. If you haven't read the books Trauma Stewardship, you should. But we all carry so much trauma. And this is trauma that, our legislators don't hear about. And so you have to be bold. You have to fight back. You have to say, no, you have to listen to me because I can't have all, 40 of my clients within my organization come in and talk to you. I'm their voice. And they let me be their voice. And so, yeah, when I think about this, when you lift the most vulnerable, you lift everyone. I'm from Maine, and so, whenever the tide rises, all the ships rise. And our most vulnerable populations deserve to have an advocate in all of these rooms fighting for them, because they can't get into those rooms. And so you guys are in a unique position, especially today and tomorrow, where you can go and talk to legislators and you can bring those stories to them and you can say, no, you have to listen to me. I'm here. My clients can't be. They're in North Carolina, they're in Michigan, they're in Maine, but I'm here and you have to listen to me because I pay your salary. All of our representatives are paid by our tax dollars. And so keep calling them. Tell your clients to call them. Go to their offices whenever they're in town. Go to their town halls. Press them. Ask the uncomfortable questions. Make them listen to you. You know, if they ignore your question the first time, stand back up online and ask it again. Eventually, they will either offer to sit down with you in their office for a private conversation or they'll answer you. And so that's my challenge to you all, is just do it. You have to just make that jump, and it's really terrifying. And you know, none of us are paid enough to go and run for office or go and do all these extracurriculars outside of this really traumatic work that we do. But right now, we're in a spot where I don't see a future for myself. I don't see a future for my clients. I see a democracy that is falling apart. And we are here to pick up the pieces, and we should pick up those pieces. Right now is the perfect time for social workers to get involved, because I think, what is it, like the bottom 60% of Americans are living in poverty, the bottom 60%. And you know, 1% holds all the wealth, and social workers have a lot of power. We're taught to have power, we're taught to go advocate, and we have to actually use that power.
Thank you. We'll hear from Emily and Ashley.
You got a good point. That's a lot. Okay. In my mind, it's like, yes, great points, very great points. My only issue is that, at least for me, it's like, it is very intimidating to like go actually to my representatives and be like, hey, I have stories. Hey, I have this. I am, again, still new to this field. But I guess like also for our clients too, they're new to this too. Is this person actually going to listen to me? Yes, I'm actually going to listen. But is this representative actually going to listen to me? Are they really going to do anything? They haven't done anything for the last 20 years. So trying to understand that mindset, but also doing those small changes. Like, hey, you don't have to speak to your representative. It's preferable. Why not go to a town hall? Why not stick it locally? And then when you build up that confidence, start it from the ground up, because you can't just jump all the way. I mean, yes, eventually, yes, all the way, but start it from the ground up so it makes more sense. In my mind, at least, in my mind. Because, like, me going straight to my representatives, that's very intimidating, to me at least.
Yeah, and there's definitely a spectrum of engagement, of the ways we can engage with our representatives too. You know, tomorrow we'll be on the Hill, social workers will be talking face-to-face, but there's also calling your representatives, writing them letters, and other ways to advocate for social work perspectives.
I think I want to go back to like the original question a little bit, right? It's like the call specifically to the lawmakers. I think one of the things we have to remember as social workers is like, even though we don't always feel it, we are quite respected in our communities because of what we talked about, because of that trust that we are there, we show up, we're consistent, we know what people are going through. And I think that like respect for the work that we do is shared in other spaces besides just like our co-workers and colleagues and things like that. Like there are lots of people on the Hill who are aware of what social workers do, and they have that reverence for us. So like when we walk in, like they know what we're about. We know like we're not gonna BS them. We know that like we can call them out if needed. Like they know we do the tough work. So I think that's just something to remember when we're having these conversations, is that like we're already doing it. Like we're already there. It's just about like saying it and louder, I guess, and prouder, because we already do it a lot. But specifically, I think we need to like remind the lawmakers and legislators, like, who are you doing this for? Like, you know, when you first came in 20 years ago, like you were also trying to make some sort of change. Like, it may have happened, it may have not happened, but like maybe kind of reminding them, like, you also at some point wanted a better world, right? Like, let's do that now. Like, you are sitting in the power, like, let's kind of ignite the fire underneath them and say, hey, like, you can do it. We can do it. We want to help you. We all want this. I know that's kind of tough now because there's lots of, like, division in that, but I think reminding them of that commonality of, like, you wanted this seat for a reason, and I'm here for a reason. Like, let's put these two things together. Like someone was saying earlier, like sometimes you can get things done in DC if you give someone else the credit. Like, maybe it's what we gotta do. I mean, I hope not. I'd rather we didn't, but you know, I think finding that commonality is a good place to start.
Yeah, I love that. And of course, remembering your why. You know, all of us have a why we came into social work, and it sounds like we need to remind our representatives, why are you in the seat? Why did you want to serve your constituents? I hope you all have enjoyed this conversation as much as I have. I've loved hearing from our incredible panelists. We've heard some amazing nuggets of wisdom talking about the echoes of hope and fine-tuning our democracy like a car. And I want to turn it over to our amazing discussant, Ava, to share some summarizing remarks, and then we'll open it up to the floor for some questions for the panelists.
Yes, thank you all so much for your great insights. Thank you all for being such engaged audience members. I'll keep my remarks brief so that way we can hear a little bit from you all. But I just wanted to first reflect on something that I felt throughout this entire panel was sort of this idea that our profession is relational, that we have certain professional standards, and then also that politics is somehow can be at odds with that. And I would just like to name that because our profession is relational, it is inherently political. And that oftentimes when we're shying away from political conversations, it's really partisan ones, right? So I really appreciate you all sort of just diving in there with how you all were discussing this today. And the foundation of this panel actually was kind of founded on an article written by Dr. Lewis about the politics of preserving democracy in a diverse society. And I think we did a good job up here today of discussing how, you know, taking seriously the foundations of the society that we live in, the settler colonialism, slavery, extraction, exploitation, both domestic and global, right? That we're not just, you know, grappling with a democracy under threat, we're also sort of grappling with a system that's always been uneven in its power distribution. So I think it seems like we're grappling with the tension of, you know, is it that we're trying to preserve democracy, or also fundamentally reimagine what it actually is and who it's for. So I think we can sort of think about right now, from immigration enforcement to concentration of wealth to the designation of who's considered worthy of belonging. And if we think about our field of social work, who is worthy of care? That many of the mechanisms of harm today are not new and are rooted in this foundation. But I want us to think about how, when we're thinking about a diverse society, that polarization as the threat to that, you know, when we're talking about how we're defining who the people are in a space where it's usually so narrowly defined, we can sort of think about diversity not as a source of division, but maybe just another site where power is being unevenly distributed. And so when we are thinking about our democracy, the US democracy, think about W.B. Du Bois, pioneer of our field in Black Reconstruction, who talks about how we had a multiracial society that collapsed after the Civil War, and how we're not yet realizing the true ideals of American democracy. And if I go into my post-colonial background, Aimé Césaire, right, who talks about how the violence of colonialism that European powers set out across the world, how it came home to roost, and how it was revealed and emerged in that society as well. So we can't ignore what it is that this democracy was founded on, but I think we can interrogate how we engage and navigate through it. So as social workers, what is our role in this, right? Going back to the idea of a relational profession, power is also relational. There are many ways of holding power. There are many ways of engaging with it. There is not just power over, which I think is what we're talking about. We're talking about power asymmetry, but there's also power with. There's power for. And so in a profession where we are seen as sort of caretakers, as storytellers, as you all were saying, what does it mean to hold power with the communities that we're serving? What does it mean to stand in solidarity with them, to share commitments and align on our goals? So that is sort of what I was thinking about throughout this conversation, and I want us especially as someone who works in community policy practice, where the whole idea is that those closest to the problems are closest to the solution. I would like for us to continue to not just elevate the voices of those most impacted by political decisions, but also shift who is setting the narrative and who's setting the agenda. To create space, not for us to just pass the mic, but really bring people along, to be in the rooms, as we were saying, to speak for themselves, because that is power with, that is a shifting, a redistribution of power, because we all as social workers have institutional power. We have access to spaces. We have a panel who's sitting up on a stage with microphones being heard right now. But I think it's important that we remember that we're not just serving communities, we are there alongside them, working with them to bring about the world and the communities that we'd like to see. So I heard a little bit of cynicism up here, but I don't think the answer is to abandon democracy, right? I think it's, again, about expanding our imagination of it. It's about thinking about a democracy that's inherently relational, and therefore inherently a space where everyone is bought in and has an equal experience in both its successes and its failures, and is accountable ultimately to those most impacted. So I'll end there, and I'll just say that if we take seriously our own commitments as social workers to dignity, worth of the person, social justice, again, the relationships piece, I think then we're being called to think about not just how we share power more fully, but if we are willing to do what it takes, truly. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Ava. Thank you so much, Ava, for those incredible summarizing remarks. I love what you shared about, we can reflect on the history of how our country was founded, but also interrogate the future that we're going, and really question what the role of social work is in that space. So I'd love to turn it over to all of you now for questions. We have 2 mics on either side, and if you have a question, if you wouldn't mind just sharing who you are, the space you're coming from, and then if you have a question for a specific panelist, you can share that, or if you are asking broadly for the full panel, just let us know. So. We start on this side? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Joshua Grant. I'm from the University of Michigan.
Go blue.
My question is for the candidate. I'm gonna before joining the School of Social Work, I've been an organizer in Detroit and other states too, but mostly in Detroit and Michigan for a long time. And I'm curious about the difference of techniques in what you're doing, running your campaign, that might be different in Maine than anywhere else.
Yeah, so in Maine, it's a little bit different just because of Maine and where it's at and the population we have. And, we have a citizens legislature. Most states don't. And so that means we do not have full-time yearly political staffers. I'm from Oklahoma originally. And so those representatives have been there for 30, 40 years. And they're campaigning all year long, every year. And so you have staffers. So first of all, I have not raised as much money as normal candidates because I'm a social worker. And as you all know, you've all been told for years, you're not allowed to take gifts, you're not allowed to take bribes. And now I'm begging people for money. So that's really uncomfortable. But something that my campaign has done differently, I have required all of my town halls to be free. And so there's a lot of candidates that will, they'll have you can donate $20 or it's $5 to get in. No, absolutely not. Mine are free. They're all free. I have rejected any invitation to a paid event. And so if there's a ticket that has to be bought to hear me speak, I deny the invitation because that is not democracy. Anyone should be able to hear me regardless of whether you can afford it. Something else we've done is I have I have 7 social work students who are doing resource coordination already on my campaign. And so whenever I meet with a constituent and they have a concern, I'm able to connect them with a social worker. They're not a social worker for them. They're not their case manager, but we're able to connect them with already existing resources in the state. And so I have 11 counties that I'm in, 27,000 square miles. 11 counties. It's huge. There's tons of resources, but they're vast, they're very vast and spread out. And so having those resource coordinators, that's the most important part of a congressional person or like a congressperson when they get into the House. Like US representatives, they have budgets for, citizen work and constituent services. And so we started that already in my campaign. We have done something very cool is each week I have 40 minutes set aside to where between 5 and 15 constituents can join a Zoom call with just me. There's no moderator. They can ask me anything they want, and I have to answer pretty honestly because I don't get pre-written questions or answers. And that's something that's been really great, meeting with a lot of different constituents that maybe can't make it to an event, can't make it to a town hall. And then the third most important part of my campaign, I have ensured that we are doing town halls and meetings in places that are not normally done. So I've made all of my competitors come with me to nursing homes and assisted living facilities and day programs, and they're meeting people where they're at. I have only held 2 town halls that I hosted. I've spent the rest of the time going into the community to already existing events because, like I said, the median age is like in the 40s. I'm not gonna there's like a ton of people running in Maine this year. And so I'm not gonna make them get out of the house just to come see me. And then I guess the last thing actually is really cool is we have a lot of state representatives that are running. And so I have included them in any of my events. And we're trying to do like large, broad, diverse, town halls where there's people from city council all the way up to senators or Senate candidates, and we're all speaking at this town hall. So you're not just coming to an event to hear Paige talk, you're coming to listen to a possible school board member and city councilor and a possible mayor. And it's built a lot of really good relationships, and I've been told over and over again, that's not how you win. Going to the rural areas is not how you win. And they may be right, but I keep telling everyone, if I win these 2 specific counties, the most rural counties, they have population decline right now in 2026. If I win those 2 counties, I've won the whole election, right? Deep down inside me, I know that those voices were heard. And so those are my most vulnerable populations in the state. And as I tell everyone, and it's receptive really well, even in the more liberal areas of my state, whenever we lift the most vulnerable, we lift all of you. And so thank you so much for that question. I've so enjoyed running for office and doing it differently. The people that I'm running against have raised $200,000, $500,000, and over $4 million. And I am nowhere near that. And I was able to get on the same ballot they are by pure volunteer and just support by the community. I did not have to pay people to get these signatures. I was just able to say, hey, I really, really care. And you should really, really care. And they do. And so it's been really fun doing it differently. And whenever I can afford an office, we will host, knit circles and mutual aid gatherings, and people can use it for podcasts or whatever they need. It's just a community space. If I'm paying for this space, I'm not going to close it out to people. And we're putting it in one of the most vulnerable areas that we have, just so everyone has access to me, not the wealthiest, not the people with cars, but we have a pretty large houseless population in Bangor, Maine, and we're going through an HIV outbreak right now. And having testing there, having therapists there, having resource coordinators, it's been really, really amazing just being able to provide that change and help right now. So thank you.
Great. I wish I lived in your county. Should we turn it over to this side?
Yes. Hi, my name is Bailey DeShong. I'm coming from Richmond, Virginia, hopefully starting my master's program this fall, 2026.
Congrats.
Thank you. I did want to start off by thanking all of you guys for having this and instilling a lot of courage in me today. But my question is, I know that social work is kind of like a bridge of fact and feeling, at least that's the consensus that I'm getting. But money seems to be the biggest argument coming from the other side, and I don't know how to combat that, and I've never been an economist. I've never been really good with crunching those kinds of numbers, so if anybody could share with me how they ended up going into learning about how they can get actionable results and have feasible goals and explain how they're going to get there financially as well?
Great question, thank you. I can share a little bit of perspective from my experience, and then we can turn it over to anyone who wants to share. Oh, time? Okay, we have a couple minutes. Okay. I think that's a really important question. Social work is the combination of fact and feeling, but it's also stakeholders and the financial landscape that we're in. And I think that from my perspective, I currently work on a grant from the Office on Violence Against Women. It's the largest grant that's ever been given by the federal government towards restorative justice in the scope of domestic violence, sexual assault, dating violence, and stalking. And I think that at the end of the day, the financial landscape is a little bit of a game that you need to learn how to play to figure out how to leverage those resources, but it's only one of the resources that's available to social workers, and it's not the only resource. So I think sometimes it feels like it's the loudest conversation, but it's definitely not the only one, and it's not the most important one. And then at the end of the day, as social workers, rooting ourselves in the lived experiences of the communities that we envision to help, you know, we have to write those grants to get that funding, but at the end of the day, that funding really supports people who need access to restorative justice and alternatives to incarceration. And so I think that financial capital is one of the resources, but it's not the only one. And it's really important to center in that conversation those feelings and those people and the people who have lived experiences and the communities that we want to partner with.
Yeah. And I'll just add, as someone who works in economic justice space, and there's a lot of arguments right now around, you know, the fiscal, you know, safety of this and that. And when we're talking about giving unrestricted cash payments to families, you know, that one of the main arguments in the guaranteed income space is sort of like, oh, well, people are just going to use the money for whatever, or like this and that. But there is a lot of research and there's a lot of evidence around the, you know, fiscal economic effects of having families be provided with direct cash. Those arguments aren't working, though. So something that I always like to remember about social work is, you know, what's it, like research or evidence-based practice, practice-backed research or whatever, and is using that, though, to sort of using the actual evidence and then reframing it in a narrative that the other side, whoever that is, will understand. You know, folks care about family values. Okay, then it's not about an economic argument. It's about the fact that you're strengthening, you know, the family system by providing them with the resources that they deserve and need, right? You know, they care about economics and not about, you know, family safety. All right, great. These people will be able to generate funds back into the economy. So it's about knowing your audience, I would say, and you don't really have to be that well versed in, you know, the specific economic lingo. Just, you know, be reminded about the evidence that exists within the actual work that you're doing.
Okay, I'm thinking, why don't we hear all the questions and then we'll open it to the panelists to kind of give summarizing responses to the questions, if that's okay. So let's hear from this side.
Hi, my name is Anel. I'm from UNC Chapel Hill. I really, thank you. I really appreciate the call to action involving and inviting us to participate within the political sphere, oftentimes forgetting about or just focusing solely on the federal level, but remembering the state and local. My question has to do with willful and malicious ignorance. What ways are you combating that with other politicians, with other people in the spaces that you occupy, that you all occupy as social work students in the social work profession, and then, you know, as you in the political sphere?
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jay, also from UNC Chapel Hill. I work primarily with queer, BIPOC, and trans and gender diverse folks, and I plan to my work in that direction. But my question is not related to that at all. So something somebody said earlier, like the check engine light is on, but we still have to drive this car. And so how can we empower one another to participate in advocacy? But more to that, like a lot of the younger generation struggle with not seeing immediate action or reaction to a lot of issues, a lot of social issues. And so my question is like for social workers and for like those who aren't social workers, how do we empower each other to then like advocate for ourselves and our communities, and just like encourage us to feel like we can be in those spaces at the table?
Really important question.
Thank you.
Let's hear from this side.
Hello, my name's Chanel Douthard, and I'm from the UNC Chapel Hill cohort. Woohoo. And I forget who said it, but somebody said this earlier. They mentioned how any person, when you're doing advocacy work, any person in the room can be a potential ally. Well, right after you said that, I just got a notification and an invitation to be one of the students who speaks with Senator Ted Budd. And I don't know, from North Carolina, I don't know if you guys are familiar with his work. But there's not a lot of alignment there. So I kind of already have an idea of what I would say to him, what I want to say to him, but I'm just curious if anybody else has any other ideas about what they want to say or what they would want to say, and specifically like an upstream question, like a central point that is upstream of a lot of other issues that we see as social workers. That's kind of what I plan on hitting him with. And so, that's my question.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sierra Diaz from UNC Chapel Hill. So my question is for the future Congress lady on the panel. Future Congress lady, I speak it into existence. You mentioned that your campaign is like, the main concern is like making sure that you're accessible to everybody. How is your campaign ensuring meaningful accessibility and inclusion to communities that may have a language barrier, specifically people whose languages aren't English or are deaf?
Thank you. Lots of questions for you, Paige. Do you want to kick us off?
Yes. Willful ignorance. I'll start there. So as social workers, you're in rooms with Republicans, Democrats, independents, people that just don't care about politics. That's why your voices matter so much in politics. That's why, I think I'm the most qualified for this seat, is that I'm sitting in living rooms underneath Trump busts, and I'm sitting in living rooms with Hillary Clinton flags, and I'm filling out the same SNAP application for both of them. We see these stories. People, like I don't want to call them identity politics, but these things that politicians get so caught up on are not actually the things that most voters or most of our clients actually care about. They care about whether or not they can afford their food, housing, and health care, whether they can send their kids to school, whether they can afford their electricity bill. Like, those are the things they care about. And so I don't let the willful ignorance just go. I always push back. We have some pretty aggressive candidates, and we have one aggressive candidate that if I win this primary, I'll be going up against. And he's platforming, trans kids in sports. That's like his whole campaign, ignoring the fact that we have so many other issues in Maine, and we have 3 high schoolers that fall into that category of this argument. And so I think just pushing back and showing, it was mentioned, showing the facts, showing the truth. There are so many research papers out there, so many policy briefs out there that we can bring up, because we understand that there is evidence backing all of these things we're talking about. And a lot of people don't want to go and find them. And so if we're bringing them to the table and we're giving them the proof, they can't pretend to be ignorant about it anymore. They have to look at it and go, oh, she brought it, The last question, the only language barrier that we really have in Maine, we have a Somali population, and I've made sure that one of my resource coordinators, I'm not sure what language they speak, but I've made sure that we have someone from that population. And then we also have a large French-speaking population. And so both of my I have 7. 2 of my resource coordinators speak different languages. And then I have a trilingual resource coordinator who speaks Spanish, French, and English. And so I make sure that anyone that tries getting in contact with me, that I don't speak their same language, I'm able to have a translator on that call, or I'm able to have a translator at the meeting. I know the communities that I go into where the immigrants are, And so I know whenever I'm going to need that volunteer at the event. Just always thinking proactively. And then advocating, I think was the second question. And, you have the stories. You have these skills to speak in a room. You're taught to be public speakers. You're taught to really, really care for your community. And you just have to take those skills that you already possess and just recognize that you already have them and make that jump. It's going to feel really uncomfortable at first, but that's okay. You got to do it. You're our last hope, social workers.
Thanks, Paige. And I was wondering if our panelists could share some closing remarks in response to the question from the gentleman from UNC on, still have to drive the car. How are we empowering advocacy in our communities? If you want to share an answer to that question and some closing remarks, and then we will turn back the time over to all of you.
Yeah. I think the way we can still kind of engage is being curious, both in our perspective and then with other perspectives, and how we can work together to get the work done. And then just how we kind of operate in that space. Maybe a little, depending on the conversation, sometimes maybe some professional confrontation or conflict of we have to talk about the hard issues to get to the root of the problem. And I know when you're fixing a car, you might have to go for something that you don't understand or you don't like, something really difficult, but working that out with someone else and how you can get it done.
Before we pass it.
Yeah, sit in the uncomfortability. You have to have those uncomfortable conversations. We're the most qualified people to have those uncomfortable conversations. And so when you're in that situation, you just have to sit in that. We all possess this ability to connect others, whether we believe it or not. We have the ability to listen to people and really connect their experience with our empathy and hold that for them. But we have to uplift it. And so advocating whenever we're check engine lights on, cars falling apart. We are not the most vulnerable anymore. We have degrees. We're working for the most vulnerable. And so we might have a check engine light on, but our clients don't have any wheels. And so we have to get out there and continue advocating for them. And yeah, I'm just so proud to see so many young social workers here. I was a non-traditional student, and so love seeing first-year MSW students, and just keep advocating, because your clients often can't without your support or without you helping uplift them as well. And so, yeah.
I do also want to add on with that, especially you would advocate, but you don't see any change, then you get very discouraged. But at the same token, we are social workers. We have to keep going. We have to keep pushing, because sure, fine. People may be oh, it doesn't really matter. It does. It does matter. That's why we have to keep showing up. We have to keep going. Because if we stop, that means there's a whole bunch of populations that just lost their voice. So that's why we have to keep going. And we have to keep reminding people, hey, change is slow, very slow. Work with it. Keep fighting. Keep going.
I think kind of the summarizing theme that I'm hearing from everyone, and kind of to answer the question about the check engine light, is people, and the malicious intent one, is people don't want to talk about things for a reason. Either it's too hard, they don't know how to deal with it, they had an issue with it themselves, right? And they're I don't want to get into, I want to be vulnerable with you about that. There's a reason why they don't want to talk about it. It's a really big challenge and they don't know how to solve it, right? So I think maybe leaning into that a little bit with some of these, because again, sometimes you're saying you can present them with all the facts you want, but if it's willful, they're not going to look at it, they're not going to believe it, whatever it is. So understanding, well, why do you not want to talk about this? Do you think you're not going to win your next election on this? Do you think that you just genuinely don't know how to, you don't want to admit that you don't know how to solve this, you don't want to admit that you don't know what this is about, and then coming in as hey, well, if you don't know, I do. I am aware. I can help you figure this out as a crack in the system to get in, and then also just knowing your audience, and then I think also finding a lot of solidarity within ourselves as social workers, that encouragement of each other of every day, yes, we still have to keep advocating, yes, this is tough, and having that conversation of sometimes this is gonna suck, and sometimes this is this is not what we hoped for, and this is not what we wanted, but we're here, and we still need to advocate, and we still need to fight for those populations, and yeah.
Thanks so much. I would just say a last point, since many people here are students, keep reading. Read. If you want to know how movements in the past work, or new ideas, keep reading. Like, keep learning. We're always continuing our education, right? That includes when it comes to things like organizing, things like social movements. I'm thinking about Pedagogy of the Oppressed by Paulo Freire. Perfect framework for how to empower people to stick together as communities. So I would just encourage all of you to stay students of the world, of the communities that you work with. And again, to remember that we're in solidarity with each other and with the communities that we work with.
Thanks, Ava. And read for yourselves. Don't let AI read for you. Thank you all so much for your time today. I've really, really enjoyed this conversation with all of you. We'll be around after or at the reception if people have follow-up questions. And thank you all so much for your time. I'll turn it over to Dr. Lewis now.
Yes, let's have another round of applause for our fantastic trainers. So we're gonna have a break now for a couple of hours until our reception at 5. You're welcome to hang around here if you like. Come back at 5 o'clock. I want you to come back because we have a very special guest, Michael Collins, who was Chief of Staff for Congressman John Lewis, 20 years. He's an MSW graduate, from Boston College. And so he's going to be here this evening, and we're going to have some conversation, talk to him, ask him. So please, enjoy the afternoon, and I look forward to seeing you later on today.
Oh, sorry.
Pictures.
Where do I go?
I was gonna say, yeah.
Thank you. That was great, guys. Oh, wait, here, let me switch with you. What do we do with our hands?
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, hello. We're about to begin our Stephanie John. I'm just happy that there's so much energy and excitement and goodwill flowing through the room. Okay, but we want to bring forth our guest of honor and award and make several awards. So, good evening. On behalf of the Congressional Research Institute for Social Work and Policy, it is my honor to welcome you to this year's awards reception for Social Work Day on the Hill. Now, we gather at a moment when the health of our democracy is not guaranteed. It is determined by who shows up, who engages, and who is willing to translate values into action. This year's theme, Our Voices Matter, Your Vote is Your Voice, reminds us that participation in the political arena is not optional for our profession. It's foundational. Our code of ethics mandates it. Social workers occupy a unique position in this landscape. We see every day the distance between policy and lived experience. And we carry a responsibility to close that distance, to ensure that the realities of communities are not just heard, but acted upon. And I think that theme was emphasized in our Young Social Workers Speak session. So tonight is what it looks like in practice. The individuals we honor are not simply, they are consequential. They represent what happens when social work moves beyond service delivery and into systems, governance, and power. They are shaping legislation, building institutions, advancing equity, and expanding opportunity, not in theory, but in real time. We are especially honored to be joined by Michael Collins. Stand up, Michael. Whose leadership alongside Congressman John Lewis offers us a living example of how to pair strategy with moral courage. His work reminds us that progress is not accidental. It is organized, disciplined, and sustained. As we celebrate tonight, I invite you to think not only about recognition, but about responsibility. Each of us has a role in strengthening this democracy through our voices, our engagement, and yes, through our votes. The work continues, and the baton will always be passed. Thank you for being here and for the work you do every day to ensure that our voices collectively shape the future we all share. Thank you. So I want to bring on a couple of our distinguished guests who I've asked to provide some opening greetings. And I think we'll begin with Luisa Lopez. You see me looking at you. Give him
Hello? Okay, there we go. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Oh, I like the energy. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is so wonderful to see so many of you here tonight. My name is Luisa Lopez. I am the Executive Director of the Latino Social Work Coalition, and I am a member of the Board of Directors of CRISP. On behalf of our board, welcome to tonight's festivities. It is an honor, and I was voluntold to, and like a good social worker, I said yes. It's an honor really to be here. I've known Charles since I was a baby social worker, and he's been putting up with me for many years. And I've seen the vision behind spaces like this. As a macro social worker, as a political social worker, I really think it's important to name something very, very clearly. Social workers belong in policy spaces. We belong in these spaces here in DC and in the political spaces of our respective home states. We bring lived experiences, lived realities into rooms where the decisions are being made, into the rooms where allocations are being made, where money and resources are being talked about for the communities that we serve. And we belong in those rooms. And that perspective should never be considered optional. It should never be considered a nice to have. It is essential that we are at those tables. And my work with the coalition really focuses on strengthening the mental health workforce. And the work that we do involves mentorship and professional development and leadership development and advocacy and all of these lofty goals. But what it really does is bring social workers into spaces like this and gives them the impetus and the strength and the confidence to lead in macro spaces. I want to congratulate tonight's honorees. Michael, you are amazing. I'm a fan from far away.
Thank you.
That's not weird or anything. And I want to thank everybody in this room, from the professors to Charles, to everybody that makes a CRISP Student Advocacy Day and Social Work Day on the Hill possible. Your leadership and commitment is what moves our profession forward. And what we've done today, what you've done today, what we will do tomorrow, and what CRISP will continue to do in years to come, showing up on the Hill, speaking directly to power. That's how we shape the future of our profession. Congratulations to you, and thank you so much to everyone who's here. Enjoy the night.
Thank you. Thank you, Luisa. So I'm going to ask Dean Joanne Reagan if she would come up and say a few words. We thrive on, or we do what we are able to do through the support of our academia colleagues, particularly our deans, and Joanne has been a very supportive person, and I just want to, on behalf of your colleagues, to say a few words.
Well, good evening, everybody. Excuse me. Thank you, Charles, for that. Asking me. He voluntold me literally 5 minutes ago, so I'm not quite as prepared, but I'm actually Joanne Regan. I'm the Dean of the National Catholic School of Social Service at Catholic University, which is literally 2 miles up the street here. So some of you that might be visiting for the first time, we would love to host you at Catholic University. And believe it or not, our school has been around 107 years. So we have a bachelor's, master's, and PhD program. And it's interesting. I was thinking about this, Charles, when you just talked to me 5 minutes ago, that I've actually been coming to this event for many, many years. I was at CSWE for about 9 years, and then I went to academia. And as a dean, I really value this, not just because I'm located here in Washington, D.C., but I think it's really important as students, as faculty, and as schools of social work that we really support the important work that CRISP is doing. And I love the energy that's always here. I love seeing the students here excited about macro social work. You picked this is the first time we've ever been in this location. I'm like, wow, this is quite beautiful. I always like when we're on the Capitol, but boy, you got a beautiful view. You get to enjoy the cherry blossoms. I know it's still a little cold, but it's warming up. So I'm just happy to welcome all of you to Washington, D.C. excited about our profession. We have to continue to advocate. Now more than ever, we need the next generation of social workers. And so I'm just excited that all of you are here. And I want to say a special thanks to Charles and Chris for the really unique work that you do. And that's the reason I send him a check every year to sponsor this, because I do really believe in the work. And we have to be macro social workers. I mean, we've got to be here at the Hill. So thank you. And thank you to our speakers and everybody that's here that's going to be recognized. It's an honor to be here with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to leave it at that for our greetings. And now I'm going to ask Michael if you would come up and join me at on the dais. I have some questions that I want to make sure I get right. Okay. So, as you know, Michael is a social worker. Okay. He spent 20 plus years with Congressman John Lewis, and so I can imagine all the stories you could tell if we had time. But so I want to just tell people a little bit about who you are and some of your experiences on the Hill as a social worker.
Absolutely. First of all, Charles, let me thank you for inviting me. I kind of volunteered a little bit too. No, it's been an honor. Accept the invitation, come and see all of you. It's really exciting. It feels comfortable. It feels like home. I will tell you that I was a college student at Boston College, where I got my social work degree, and I thought the world had changed. I found my passion, my purpose, and it was just everything for me. Then I made a conscious pause, which I call it a conscious pause, and I deviated from that passion of social work, and I decided to go work for someone who I really didn't know well, but was told that, you should go work for Congressman John Lewis. I said, okay, but I always felt the passion and the purpose of the work of social work, and knew that at some point in my career that I would come back to it. I'm proud to say that I'm kind of approaching that moment now. I've had a wonderful time serving Congressman John Lewis for 21 years as his floor assistant and chief of staff. It was the greatest honor of my life. It was the saddest moment of my life. I lost him. And so it had still taking me quite a bit of time to get past that. But then I had the wonderful opportunity to go work at the White House. President Biden and Vice President Harris. I directed intergovernmental affairs for the Vice President and Special Assistant to the President. And it was another special honor. And I always wanted to know what business could do together. So I had this big idea, and Starbucks came along and asked me to come work for them. And so I opened up their lobbying shop here in Washington, D.C., and spent 3 years there. And as you can imagine, reality hits you. Reality hits you. You don't get to do or see the things you thought you would. And, I had an opportunity to move on from there, and now currently doing some consulting and getting back to the roots I left behind. But I feel like a student still of social work. Okay. Every day I show up and every room I'm in. Those values and that work is always with you, will always be with you. That's 25 years.
Okay. So you worked alongside Congressman Lewis for over 2 decades. What did you learn from him about leadership that people don't see from the outside?
Oh, so leadership, what I learned was that there's just so many different styles of leadership. I learned that when I was defending Congressman Lewis against people who were attacking him for the way in which he showed up. And it hit me. I was in Atlanta, Georgia, and someone challenged me as the chief of staff for not having Congressman Lewis appear at a press conference to stand up and speak up for a particular issue taking place. And I shared with them that that's not his style. And it was that moment when I was in defense. And they're all effective, but they're just very different styles of leadership. And I also recognize that, when I was doing a staff retreat, I ran across this gentleman. His name was Irish. He had a book called Courageous Followers. And it was about people who were behind all the folks that are out and speaking loud. And that they are incredible leaders too. They just don't have the loud voice. All of that, I recognize the power of leadership. It is different. It is different in every sphere. Walk of work that we do, that we've got to recognize how.
Okay. Social workers often talk about values, but less about power. So from your vantage point on Capitol Hill, what does it actually take to move an idea and into action within Congress?
What I would say is your values are your superpower. Your values are your superpowers. You never, ever let them go. Never be afraid to show them. I've had the wonderful example. I just had a wonderful opportunity where we took 35 students on a civil rights pilgrimage. Hometown, trace the steps of the civil rights movement, and we took them back to Troy, Alabama. Grew up on the farm. He preached chickens. He, farmed, and he had 10 brothers and sisters. That's where those values came from. Those values of family, faith, and I really tell you, past, he espoused those very same values, stronger than ever. He never, ever gave up on them. They were clear. They were clear when he spoke up on the House floor. They were clear when he was in committee meetings. They were clear when people attacked him. He was true to his values, and that's what you must always do. You must always stick to your values, and don't be afraid to show them and let people know who they are. Congressman Lewis walked around Capitol Hill every day telling everybody, I love you. I love you, my brother. I love you, my sister. He never missed an opportunity to stop and value them. And, he respected the dignity and worth of every person. That's just so important. And you can't let that shy away from you. No matter how tough it gets, no matter how people want to push you, in corners, and they want to, pull a veil over the work you do and diminish it, you've got to show those values. Got to stand up for them every day.
So we all know that Congressman Lewis spoke about Good Trouble. How many of you have seen the movie John Lewis, Good Trouble? Okay, you need to. It's on YouTube. You need to watch this movie, and you'll appreciate the life of John Lewis more than you do now. I did when I watched the movie, and you'll understand the relationship he had with Michael. In today's political climate, what does necessary trouble look like for the next generation of social workers? Necessary trouble.
Necessary trouble, good trouble, necessary trouble, yesterday, today, tomorrow is all the same. It is all the same. It is speaking up. It is speaking out. It is finding something so meaningful, necessary that you would life on the line for. It is making sure that you find yourself and get in the way, literally get in the way, to put yourself in places that you don't think you belong. It's about sitting at a table. There's not enough seats there, and making sure that you put one there for yourself. Others alone. It is just important to make sure that necessary trouble is how you define it, your community, your family, and you take one community at a time and you build on it, and then pretty soon you've got a whole world around you that you've changed. But that's the necessary trouble we all have to take a part in. We all have a part to play. Everybody does.
Speaking directly to the students and early career professionals in this room, what would you want them to understand about the importance of engagement, especially voting, as part of their professional responsibility?
Don't be afraid to connect or relate. Sometimes we get in our corners and we get in our sides. Sometimes we're, darting ourselves. But I will tell you that the opportunity to, again, speak up and speak out, to introduce yourself, to be seen, it is just so important. It is so important. I had when I was worried about whether or not I could ask the congressman to come work for him, I put pause on it. I put myself together, and I said, I'm going to ask Congressman Lewis if I could work for him. And I had this assignment to drive him back to Boston. He was down in Martha's Vineyard for an event with President Clinton. And my assignment was simply just to drive him. But I recognized all the work that he was doing and that they were doing. And I said, look, Michael, you're just going to, toughen up. You're going to ask Congressman Lewis, I have a question for you. He said, yes. I said, I would love an opportunity to come work for you. I was like, oh, Lord. And he said, Michael, I would love an opportunity for you to come work with me. And, you got to go for it. You got to go for it. You can't hesitate. That second thought, let it go. Go for what you know, with your heart, those values. It will be all the difference for you. It will make the difference of your life. And you never know where it will lead you. Literally, you will never know where it leads you 30, 25 years later.
So you were probably the closest confidant he had other than Lillian, his wife.
Yeah.
Was that a burden on your shoulder? How did you handle knowing that he relied on you for so much?
It was time. So I will tell you, when I came to work on Capitol Hill, the real story, it's in the book. The real story is I got offered a job as a chief of staff, and then 20 minutes later, it was rescinded. And I was like, what? And then the offer came to be his floor assistant. And the staff person who presented the opportunity to me said, Michael, this is the job you want. This is what you want to do. And I said, really? He said, yeah, this is a leadership position, and this will be like the catalyst for your career. Of course, I knew nothing about being a floor assistant. And just so you know, a floor assistant at that time, there were only 2 on the Republican side and 2 on the Democratic side. And so I had that opportunity and didn't know anything about the floor. And so I got to sit on the floor and just watch proceedings and all of that. And then literally 7 months later, the chief of staff that had just been hired got fired. Mm-hmm. And the role came around. And the congressman said, I would like for you to be my chief of staff again. And I said, I don't know. At that moment, I got to see what the chief of staff really was doing. And I said, I don't know that I can be your chief of staff. I don't know that I have what it takes to be your chief of staff. He said, Michael, One, all the things anyone will tell you, you can pick up a phone or look it up in a book. What I need, look out for Mike. Chief of, and your floor assistant. So I kept both roles for 21 years. But I say that to say that it's a relationship, and it was time. Over time, and it's about who you're working with. That is so important. You have to align yourselves with people that you believe in, that have values that you trust and that you want to work with, that means so much to you. That's what it was. It wasn't even work. It was an adventure, literally. Every day was an adventure because he made it an adventure. It was his mission. It was his mandate. It was his movement. He had the opportunity to show up every day and go out, literally. And for 21 years, I mean, I will tell you, out of 21 years, there are only 6 times that I did not talk to Congressman Lewis. 6 times, 21 years. He was the first person I talked to in the morning at 5 a.m. He was the last person I talked to at midnight. And again, it wasn't work. It was a pleasure. Relationship didn't go well. That was difficult. But it was truly an honor. It was a complete honor. And, until the last day. And Mrs. Lewis preceded him in death. And I had the opportunity to care for her as well. The most difficult part was losing him. And I can tell you that last year, I can count every day of that last year, from the day we got the diagnosis on December 6th to when he passed in July 17th. And was holding his hand, his right hand, and his son was holding his left hand, and when he took his last breath. And I will tell you, it was also the hardest thing in my entire life, but it was also the greatest honor. The greatest honor. He was a man of courage, a man of humility, and you don't get a chance to work for those people all the time. You just don't. And so it was easy. It was really easy. But when you have the opportunity to work with great people, jump at it. Change the world. Do it all. Don't hesitate.
So Michael has agreed to take a few questions from our audience. So if anyone has anything they would like to ask Michael, please go to the microphone. Okay, but while you're thinking about it, tell us a little bit about the John Lewis Foundation that you're working with.
Oh, yeah, great. Yes, thank you. So Congressman Lewis started a foundation prior to we had different variances of foundations and scholarships career. But this one he started, and it was named after he and his wife, Mrs. Lillian Lewis. And he wanted it to establish it for, the work that he had done. And I said to the congressman, I said, so what do you want us to do in this foundation? What do you want it to mean, symbolize? What is the importance of it? And he said, Michael, you have it. So we've been building and putting it together. We've got a great board of directors. We are based in Atlanta, Georgia. The foundation, again, is of the legacy work of Congressman Lewis and his wife, Mrs. Lillian Lewis, who was an amazing woman. She was literally the wind beneath his wings. She was a librarian at Clark Atlanta University. She was just a powerhouse in her own right. And she was the one who, long before I came along, was the one who was on the phone with him at every juncture, making sure that he was doing all he needed to do and possibly could do. And the work that we do centers around high school students, registering them to vote. They do a program with the congressman and voting. They do high school rallies, years together. And then there's folks that come in to register them to vote at the high school rallies. And when they graduate from high school, they actually get an honor cord to symbolize their work and the passage of the program. And then as an extension of that, we just started a congressional civil rights pilgrimage to Alabama, where again, the students go back to Troy, they go to Montgomery, to Selma, where Congressman Lewis walked across the bridge. And we just did that first trip, pilgrimage 2 weeks ago, after Bloody Sunday. And it was a wonderful success. We've got a John Lewis internship program where college students get an opportunity to work on the Hill for a month at a time. So we've got a lot of wonderful partnerships that we're doing. So we're still growing. But again, all in the name of Congressman and Mrs. Lewis and their legacy and their work.
Okay. Well, let's give a hand to Michael.
Hi, very amazing to hear your story. Thank you for sharing. My name is Frida. I'm with the University of Houston Graduate College of Social Work. And I'm very interested in congressional work, whether that's here in the Capitol or Texas Sledge as well. And as someone who is really considering the policy and advocacy route and a lobbying route, I'm wondering if there is anything else aside from social work that you have, I don't know, gotten an education in or any other experience. I know you mentioned briefly like business, nonprofit, but this is my first time like really getting to know you and your story, but I wanted to know if there is anything else other than social work that I should maybe consider as someone who is maybe one day gonna follow in your footsteps. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, I would put it back to you, I mean, because I think what's important is what your passions are. I think you'll be most successful and happy when you are looking deep inside yourself for the things that are important to you, the things you want to be a part of, and then you go from there. You know, we live in a big world, and there's just opportunities that are endless. And, you know, you just need to find those important things for yourself, and you can find them. And, you know, you can, whether they're back home or here in Washington, D.C., anywhere in the world. And I would say anywhere in the world. You know, Congressman Lewis traveled the world, and he was a rock star, literally. But people loved him, students loved him. He spoke to entire school system in Cologne, Germany. They bussed everybody in, all the students in from the school department, from the school district. And he sat there and spoke with each one of them, just sat on the ground, on the floor, and spoke to them. So don't be afraid to think about, you know, how big, you know, your passions drive, and then just go for it. You know, the work that you'll do to get there is easy now. I mean, we got social media, we got AI, but it all starts with you, you know, all the things that you want to be a part of.
Hi, my name is Samantha Howard. I'm a MSW student at UNC Chapel Hill. And you talked about, you know, kind of coming back to your passion, slowly circling back, and you're doing contract work now. But do you have, and I'm sure you do, what are your like the goals that you're hoping to do to get further back into that passion?
That's a good question.
Career-wise.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm still using AI. I'm using all the, you know, I'm thinking big. I'm thinking, you know, I mean, I've had, you know, incredible journey. I've seen the world, and, you know, now I'm here, literally. I mean, literally, I'm thinking right now today, how am I going to get to what I want to do? You know, I just got a call last night to think about, you know, going to work a company that has youth mental health, and such a big issue, important issue, one I'm passionate about. It's it. Is this the one piece that will drive me? I told the gentleman, looking for the next great experience myself. But this time on my turn. Like I said, I literally took a conscious pause from my passion, from the work I was doing with young people, teaching, and to go work for the congressman. And so I want to get back to that, because that's really what makes me happy. Anybody will tell you, and, you know, friends, your colleagues, your teachers, all of those people, professors will all tell you, when they look in your face and they look in your eyes, they will see your passion. They will know what is important to you. And my friends, literally the other day, saw me talking to a young person, said, look at your face, look at your smile. That's where you need to be. My friend today said, I love this for you. So it's there. You can't, you can't hide it. So I'm working really every day to try to get back to that and thinking about where. I mean, it may not be here. It might be, like I said, outside of the country. But yeah.
Hi, my name is Leticia. I'm also with the GCSW at University of Houston, and I'm also an MSW student. Thank you so much for sharing all of your experience. And I want to ask about what you're doing now in consulting and what does that look like. I have an interest in non-traditional social work. So how do you feel like your experience in your education as a social worker shows up for you in the consulting that you do, and what kind of consulting are you doing?
Yeah, I speak to that. Oh, again, your values. I mean, people, in the world of consulting, and I'm learning because this is something I never thought I would do, is consulting. And it's, I think there's pros and cons to it. I mean, in the world of consulting, from where I sit, I have clients, who have different interests and different missions and, different objectives. And so you've got to juggle all of those different things. Now, they could be all different things that you enjoy, which brings you good pleasure and, excitement and show up every day. Or they're just some things that you like, some things you got to do. So it's a hodgepodge of experiences and realities. I personally am not, that's just not my strong suit. But it's been good. I'm consulting right now. One of my clients is Monumental Sports. And so that's exciting just because it's the, Washington Wizards and the National Hockey League and the Mystics. And, the work I'm doing with them is, strategic partnerships and putting them together with entities around the city and nationally. And that's exciting. It's not the passion, it's not, it's not where I want to be, but it's good stuff. It's good stuff. And so you just have to think outside the box, literally, and take it as it comes and find those pieces that drive you and keep you going.
Hi, Mr. Collins. My name is Bailey DeShong. I haven't started my MSW program yet. I'm currently working with the Spanberger in Richmond, Virginia, but I'm supposed to be starting. I'm very excited about that. Thank you for being here. My question is somewhat of a two-parter. The first question is, we were talking about this earlier, how we need social workers in positions of leadership. Have you ever thought about running for any office position? And two, with the NASW ethical principles, which one do you feel is, I know they're all important, but which one would you say that you leaned into the most while working at the White House or in Congress, in those congressional spaces?
Sure. Yeah. Running for office, it was always something people thought I should do. Everybody thought that I was going to take over Congressman Lewis's seat, that he was grooming me for that. He said no. He said no. And folks wanted me to go back home to Boston to run. And I thought about it. But that's when I recognized, I shared with you Ira Chayla's book, Courageous Followers, that like to be a leader, I don't need to be in front, Congress would say, and I do believe, running for office is a calling. It is a calling. And, people with the right intentions, doing the right things, it's a noble calling. And so I think everybody should consider it. Everybody should consider it. There's so much work out there to do, and that needs to be done. And, of course, young talent, to jump into the pipeline, literally. You don't have to run for a Congress or a president, but start locally and work your way up. It's needed. Your voices are needed more than ever before. And so, I definitely recommend running for office at any level. In terms of the principles, I'm not sure that I know them. But what I would say is that, Congressman Lewis was an example, just the highest ethical standards. at everything. I mean, you just literally, you show up representing yourself, but the people who, put their faith and trust in you, and that you have an opportunity to work for. But just the highest level of ethical standards at all levels, at all fronts.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Danielle. I'm also with the University of Houston, Graduate School, College of Social Work. You spoke earlier about the congressman's values and how, he lived by them and you could see it in his work. I'm wondering how you think you were able to stay strong to your values as in your position as chief of staff, especially with people who oppose your values. How are you able to stay strong in yourself?
Yeah, that was again was an example that Congressman Lewis displayed and lived out. But for me personally, it's a little tougher. Sometimes I felt defeated and questioned whether I was in the right space and whether I should, continue to do the work I was doing or focusing on the things I was focusing on. Again, my lessons were going true back to, what I believed in, what was important to me, and how far I believed in it, and whether I was going to go the distance to follow it through. Some things I didn't, some things I abandoned. It's not easy. It is absolutely not easy. Every day, as I said, was an adventure, but it wasn't always a great adventure. There were really some ugly days. I mean, some embarrassing, sad days that I had to live through working for Congressman John Lewis. But it was, again, we stood tall, and you get through them. You literally get through them. One of the funniest things, Congressman Lewis is walking down Independence Avenue right up here by the Capitol, and a gentleman came up to him and he said, John Lewis, I was a damn fool to vote for you. Excuse my language. And the congressman said, no, sir, you were just a fool. And so and there were people who, on the other side of the aisle, in the other chamber, that said, John Lewis, I love you, I respect you. I don't respect your voting record, but I respect you as a person. And so you get those wins, and people who see you in different ways, you just got to take it and go with what you got. But yeah, it's not easy, but you still show up every day and you get through it.
Okay, this will be our final question.
Hi, good evening. My name is Anel. I'm from the University of North Carolina here at Chapel Hill. And firstly, I want to thank you for the honesty and the vulnerability in reflecting with your relationship with Representative John Lewis. It's very clear the impact that he did have with you. And so my question has to do with in the manner of how you dealt with possibly conflict, maybe some ideas that you two may have disagreed on, and then additionally to whenever you were in Chief of Staff, how you were dealing with conflict with other people that may have been across the aisle.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I will tell you something I don't tell a lot of people. Congressman Lewis thought I was he still thinks I'm a Republican. He just, I mean, I do. This was really interesting because, Congressman Lewis was all the way to the left. I mean, he was number one in the book at time. Him and Bernie Sanders, I mean, they were number one. And I was there with him. But there were times I said, Congressman, could you come over a little bit? Just a little bit. And we would talk. I mean, we literally would talk. Sometimes we argue, but we literally would talk. And I try to convince him, because that's my role, to do stuff, to say, hey, Congressman, could you rethink this differently? One of the stories I tell you was, I won't go the whole distance, but President Trump, the first Trump, called and wanted him to meet with Congressman Lewis. And of course, this is after much of history, Congressman Lewis said he wasn't going to go to the inauguration, right? Michael, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And I said, Congressman, I think you should take a call. Like, just take a call. And he thought about it. He said, okay, I'll, take the call. And so I set up the call with the chief of staff, with Trump's chief of staff, and got the call going, got the call, got the call going, got him on the line. Congressman said, I'm not taking that call. I said, Congressman, he's on the phone. Congressman. He said, I had an executive session with myself. And I'm not taking the call. And that was our life. Literally, that was just the yin and the yang. And, sometimes it went well and sometimes it didn't. But, it's a work, it's a relationship, and it wasn't easy. And, I will say this, and it wasn't easy, but Congressman Lewis was an example for all of us and the world, right? And I say that because as a chief of staff, I say that I had the most privileged position in Congress. I'm telling you, I felt like, I didn't act like it, but I felt like I was really privileged because Congressman Lewis was an example to many people. People wanted to connect with him, which meant they wanted to connect with the staff, which meant they wanted to work with us, which meant we could get bills passed that other people couldn't get passed. I mean, so we really didn't have a lot of dissension, a lot of, we really were, in a really great space. We were spoiled. We literally spoiled. We paid for it at the end, to be honest with you, but we were really spoiled. But there were people, sometimes who took that on another level and didn't, like us. But for the most part, we had a really good time. But at other times, we knew how to shut it down. We knew how to fight. We knew, non-violently now, non-violently. But we knew how to fight back when it was necessary.
Thank you.
I know I said it was the last question, but you're going to test me anyway.
I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jay. I'm from the UNC School of Social Work. Thank you for sharing your story and Congressman Lewis' story. So I don't know if you're aware, but tomorrow we're going to be talking to some of the senators and representatives on the Hill.
Mm-hmm.
And so my question to you is, how would you go about having a conversation with someone who does not share any of your values or any of your ideals, like fundamentally different, and wanting to have a civil, meaningful conversation?
Yeah. My suggested recommendation is meet them where they are. Literally, where do you stand? What do you believe in? Tell us, find out where they are. Meet them where they are. They're not going to come to you and understand what you want to convey until you have an understanding of where they are, and you meet them there. And then you try to pull them along slowly. You're not going to have a great success tomorrow, to be honest with you, with those folks who are stuck. They're just, for whatever reason. But I will tell you that they'll be thinking about it. They'll be absolutely thinking about it. But meet them where they are.
Yeah.
Let's have a hand for our guest of honor, Michael.
Thank you,
It was
sir.
a pleasure, man.
Thank you, sir, brother. I appreciate it.
Okay. So now we're going to pivot from reflection to recognition. So each year we select several outstanding social workers or allied professionals who exemplify the values and principles of social work. And this year, can I pass me that? We're going to acknowledge 3 people this evening. We have actually 6 awards, but 3 people could not be here. So I'm going to recognize those who are here. And our first, Rebecca? Oh, there you are. Okay, our first Come on. All right, will be the outstanding social work student, Deketra Griffin. He's a PhD student at Louisiana State University and a national engaged advocate advancing behavioral health and HIV equity. I'm not going to read the entire bio, it's in your program, but Deketra? You're going to say a few words after you get this award? Get him.
Let's see. Ever get ready? We're gonna try it again. Okay, so first thing, I'm gonna set this down. Hopefully it doesn't mess up. So I am a mama's boy, so I need a favor from somebody, either take a picture or record. I'll get it later. But whoever wants to volunteer, throw your hand up, and I'll get it later. Oh, we got a volunteer. Thank you. I love it. So first of all, I want to thank Chris for this recognition. I also want to thank my LSU family, specifically the executive board with the Association of Black Social Workers, because they did a quick time change where originally at this point, I was supposed to be in Detroit, Michigan for the annual conference. As you see here, we are here. And I was just in DC last week, so we're back again. But this is a true testament to my work and even my own worth, where in the very beginning, I finished the MSW program at the University of Texas at Arlington. I said, oh, let's do micro. That's all I want to do. Clinical focus, let's get it out the way. In the practice, I kept seeing systemic issues, these systemic challenges, these barriers that align with things that I went through in life. So I said, baby, let's switch this all the way around. We dove in head first in the macro work. Whereas now, at a minimum, I'm in DC at least 5 times throughout the year advocating. This is not just for HIV, it's also behavioral health issues, also social workers in general, where they're trying to say we're not a profession. They can keep that, because at the end of the day, I don't know in this day and time where you can go and do not see social work. Literally from birth until death, you're going to find a social worker. And I'm just grateful because I did not want to leave Texas when Texas groomed me, protected me, loved on me, in times where other states actually gave harm to me. But it took different faculties to see things within me, to see my purpose, to say, you need to leave Texas. When are you going to leave Texas? I know you want to get this PhD, I'll write it as your recommender, but you still need to leave Texas. I'm like, you work at the school I'm trying to go to, and you saying don't even apply. Okay. But moving from Texas to Louisiana definitely kicked in my door and promoted my growth as an advocate and also a social worker in the macro field. So thank you again for this recognition.
Okay, thank you. Next, we're going to call up Dr. Shannon Lane. Shannon is the personification of political social worker. All right, you look in the dictionary, you look up political social worker, it says Shannon Lane. But yeah, we've been working together for quite a while. She's the new director of the Nancy A. Humphreys Institute for Political Social Work at the University of Connecticut. And I was at the campaign school there a couple of weeks ago, and they had 165 students from 18 states to attend the campaign school. So she's been doing wonderful work. She has a textbook that she co-authored with Suzanne Pritzker at the University of Pittsburgh. So thank you for all the work you've done. You certainly are deserving of this award.
This is very nerve-wracking with a breakable thing on this not flat surface, I have to say. Thank you so much, Charles. The work that Chris does for the social work profession is remarkable. And I think I often talk with folks from other professions who are interested in getting into some of these spaces, folks from nursing and education, and they don't have anything like CRISP. And so we are really, really lucky to have you in the work that we do. It's also really amazing to get this honor. So that building over there is where I started my political career with my friend Elizabeth, who's here with me today, who's one of my oldest friends. We started working for Tom Daschle in, can I use the same joke again? In the late 1900s, my children say. And I think that as for those of you who are starting your careers and you're looking for the place to start, I want to say there's lots of right places to start. So I did it backwards of what a lot of people do. I started with the U.S. Senate. Senator Daschle ended up being the majority leader of the Senate for a good portion of the time we worked with him, and it was a phenomenal place to start my career. But I also have the opportunity to serve as an elected member of my local Board of Education, and I had the opportunity this past year to help my town heal from some tremendous trauma that they had been through, the collective trauma we've been through as a group. And I could not have done that without both my micro and my macro social work skills. And this last month I've spent at the state capitol in Connecticut. I have a student who has testified about 24 different bills at the state legislature in this last couple of months. Shout out to Quinn, who's amazing. And whether you want to make change at the local level, at the state level, or the federal level, there are going to be opportunities for you to live your passion. So I think if you're a student or an early career person and you're wondering where to start, the answer is to just start. And if part of that start is running for office, Josh has already told me that you're coming to the campaign school next year. So come visit us in Connecticut in 2027 for the campaign school. You can also check out our Voting is Social Work website to get started with helping your clients and your communities in voting. I don't know if you know, but we have a midterm election coming up in the fall. And there's an incredible opportunities for our communities to get shut out of the voting process if they are not aware of their rights and the process of voting. And you as social workers have a key opportunity to help them in that. So please continue to do that. And thank you again for CRISP.
Thank you. The other awardees are Giovanni Ayers, who is I'm trying to find out. She's currently works in the Democratic Cloakroom and serves as president of the Congressional Black Associates. Erica Calicut is a strategist in the Virginia House of Delegates, and Dr. LaShawn M. Paul is a recognized mental health leader. They were unable to be here tonight, but we have one more award that's not in the program, but I thought it needs to be done tonight because I want to recognize the 2026 lead organizer for the Student Advocacy Day tomorrow. Lexi West.
Thank you.
So you're going to hear a lot from Lexi tomorrow, but I thought just say a few words tonight.
So I definitely am not as eloquent as a lot of these other folks y'all have heard from today, but I will say thank you, Dr. Lewis, for trusting me. I am out in Seattle, so this is kind of a cross-country feat for me. I want to actually say thank you to my team. Y'all literally killed it. I wouldn't be able to do it without them. I'm not up here by myself, honestly. They should all be up here too. So I'm really grateful, and I'm grateful for y'all showing up and coming out. This is super awesome. I'm super excited for our future of social workers. I'm super excited for our future of our country, because I know that we can do it. And I will see you tomorrow.
Okay. So is Giovanna. Come on up. This is Giovanna Christina. Okay, she's one of my practical, what do you call them? Well, I do external supervision for her. She's a student at Columbia University, and we've been working together, and she's been a part of the leadership team. And so I just want to make an announcement that she will be the 2027 lead organizer for Student Advocacy Day. So she was a little reluctant at first. You know, like what Michael was saying, you know, she didn't really think that she could, you know, do it. And I told her, I said, well, you know, you have to step out of your comfort zone. Right. And what happens when you step out of your comfort zone? It gets bigger. All right, so we're looking forward to working with her for the next year. And we decided that we're going to be back here again next year. So some of you will be back. We look forward to it. And again, thank all of you for being with us this evening and all throughout the day. I mean, you know, it's been a long day, and you come a long way. UNC. Okay. Michigan? Okay. Houston. All right. Who else did I miss? University of Washington. They came the farthest. Okay. So again, thank you. If there's anything out there, help yourself. If not, we'll see you in the morning. Good picture of who?
Congratulations. Yes, nice to see another SEC.
Well, you go cut. You want to tell
school? I went to Alabama, PTA.
Can I get your attention, please? We want to take a group shot of everybody in the room. Can you all come to the front?